Monday, December 1st, 2025 meeting of the Granville County Board of Commissioners. And want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. We appreciate you coming out to be with us, and we appreciate those that may be watching online. And now we'll go to our invocation and pledge of allegiance with our Commissioner Zelotes J., our Vice Chair.
Would you pray with me, please? Once more and again, our Heavenly Father, we come with thankful heart. Thank you, Father, for allowing us to see the end of another new year. Lord, bringing us down to the last month of this year, Lord. You have blessed us in so many ways, Lord. Thank you for going us through all the meetings that we had through this year, Lord, down to the present time. Lord, we just said thank you for our staff. Thank you for our community, for our county, Lord. Bless us, Lord, as we go through, have went through this year down to the present time, Lord, how you blessed us in so many ways, Lord. Thank you, Father, for this board have done their best to make tough decisions for the betterment of our county, Lord. Lord, we just say thank you for them, Lord. Thank you, Father, for allowing our loved ones that we lead going to all meetings and stuff, Lord, giving them understanding of the work that we have to do, Lord. Lord, bless them. Lord, now bless each and every one on the sound of my voice, Lord. Those out there in the hospital may be going through some storm or may coming out of a storm, Lord. Bless them, Lord. Lord, we just take care of us. Be your fence around us and protect us, Lord. As we go through this meeting, Lord, guide our hearts and mind that we do what pleasing in thy sight, Lord. These blessings and all blessings we ask in thy name. We kind of give your name to praise, Lord. Amen. Amen. Will you stand and pledge allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Jay. And first item of business tonight is approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any additions to the agenda or anything that they wish to pull from the agenda? If no one has anything to add or delete from the agenda, then ask for a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Our next item of business is the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion on the consent agenda?
Move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. And our next item of business is continued legislative hearing for Duke Energy on Satterwhite Road rezoning. And the legislative hearing on this rezoning request was initially opened on November 3rd, 2025. A number of individuals spoke in favor and against the proposed rezoning. At the conclusion of the public hearing remarks on November 3rd, we continued the public hearing to tonight since Commissioner Jay was able to attend the meeting on November 3rd. The purpose of this legislative hearing is to receive additional public comments that were not heard at the November 3rd public hearing concerning the rezoning request submitted by Duke Energy Progress LLC for 3 tracts located on Satterwhite Road. The request seeks to rezone the properties from agricultural residential 40, AR 40, to Agricultural Support Enterprises Conditional Zoning District, ASE-CZ, to allow development of a ground-managed solar farm. And at this time, I declare the public hearing open, and I'd like to recognize Barry Baker, our planning director, for a brief overview and to remind the board members of the nature of the request. And thank you, Mr. Baker. We've got a changing of the attorneys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to state that, as the chairman summarized, it is a request for the rezone 3 tracks off Satterwhite Road from AR 40 to ASECZ for the purpose of building a ground-mounted solar power energy system. On the site plans, Duke Energy has proposed that Zone 1 on the site plans will be controlled by Duke Energy and includes all setbacks, vegetative buffers, fencing, and improvements associated with the solar facility. I'm going to check and see, is it all right for me to turn? Okay. All land in Zone 1 where the zoning site plan does not show improvements will remain undisturbed unless removal of selected material is necessary for safety. Zone 2 on the site plans will be reserved by the current property owner to have the right to timber. Also, the applicant proposes to install fencing that will allow small animals to be able to go underneath the fencing. The fencing would not have green slats. Section 32-144 of the Land Development Code, which is in your agenda material, the fence shall be a chain link fence with dark green slats intended to blend into the natural environment and which are intended to screen direct viewing of the solar farm through the fence. Other fencing materials may be approved during the rezoning process to provide at least as much screening and safety as the chain link fence with slats. That was addressed by Duke Energy, and there may be again tonight. Those are the 3 tracks on Satterwhite proposed for rezoning. Sorry that the scale, I hope folks can see, but on there is the Zone 1 that I was describing in Zone 2. On this, the aqua color are the proposed solar panels. The yellow and blue or streams or stream riparian buffers. The pink up towards Satterwhite Road, and this site plan is oriented towards the north. Near Satterwhite Road is an area that also part of the solar farm. Again, this is the site plan that shows some additional information. The rezoning application, the planning board voted to recommend denial of the rezoning application 4-1 with 1 member not voting. And the planning board's written consistency statement stated that the rezoning application is inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan. Specifically, its primary goal to preserve the rural character, conserve agricultural resources, and protect environmentally sensitive areas. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Baker at this time? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Baker. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Baker? Oh, you got for them,
Pardon me?
for anybody else or us?
Just us at this time.
Yes, sir. Okay. You said
Sorry.
the comprehensive plan,
Right.
stating for what now?
The planning board found that the rezoning application is inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan, Specifically, its primary goal to preserve the rural character, conserve agricultural resources, and protect environmentally sensitive areas. And based on that, and finding that the rezoning application was inconsistent, the planning board voted to recommend denial of the rezoning 4-1.
Anything further?
Go ahead, I'll do act later.
Okay. Does anyone else have a question for Mr. Baker? Hearing none.
Yes, I do. I got one more question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, has, had they made, did they do all of what our ordinance told us to do? Our standard ordinance,
The ordinance standards,
did they meet them?
the ordinance standards are rezoning, conditional district rezoning. They have met the minimum if it were rezoned. They've gone beyond that in some instances. The one thing that I pointed out was that they want to build a fence that would allow small animals to go underneath it without the green slats. They've mentioned at both the planning board and last month that they feel like that their screening buffer provides enough adequate screening so that they would not need to put the green slats. But again, this is a rezoning, but they have, other than the issue that you have flexibility on deciding, the fence materials, their site plans would illustrate compliance with the conditional district standards.
They have met all though.
They would meet them if rezoned. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I'm good this time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
A public comment sign-up sheet has been provided for this hearing, and we will hear from those in support of the proposed rezoning, followed by those in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in support of the proposed rezoning and did not have a chance to speak at the last public hearing or may have additional information to provide, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone here to speak in favor that's offering additional information? All right, I got the green light. Yeah, if you will, just state your name and.
Yes, for the record, my name is Norman Thorpe. I live at 600 East Spring Street, Oxford, North Carolina. Again, I want to thank Chairman Gooch and the board members and the staff for the opportunity to speak further on this matter. I don't want to repeat what I said at the previous meeting, but like to add some further thoughts. From listening to those in opposition and the board members' question, it looks like that the loss of agricultural land, potential loss of agricultural land, fire issue, and the size of these solar projects are of main concern. I will note that I understand that there have been, at least for some time past, some discussions about limiting the acreage for these projects in this county. I want to further say, though, that Duke and I have relied on the solar requirements as they are presently written. There's no mention of an acreage limitation. This has been an expensive and time-consuming permitting process, a lot of time, energy, and effort has been expended. And I would suggest, I don't think you want to change the rules or add a rule when we're near the finish line. I'd like to address and I want to address possibly future projects by neighbors who have some interest in the power and the of project size. I would argue that going forward, the policy of this county should be to allow for larger projects. Why? Because by randomly limiting the footprint or the acreage size of a project, what you're going to cause is a patchwork of smaller projects that's going to more quickly eat away at your open lands and your ag lands. I know I heard from somebody, I think there've been 8 solar projects in the county. I'm familiar with 3 of them. I know one of them, a smaller project that was done in an old former dairy farm, a pasture. Another project on a section of a large cornfield. And I would bet probably in all 8 instances, at least some open land has been used to to further the project. I was talking, it's simply a matter of cost versus return. I was talking with a friend of mine who farms corn and beans up in Oak Hill. He also operates a heavy machinery land clearing operation. He has improved and cleared land for my family. So we played what if. I said, if I got 488 acres of cutover and I want to turn 400 acres of it to ag land, to crop land, what can I expect? Let's run the numbers. I'm advised it costs at least $6,000 an acre to stump it, grade it, subsoil it, and remove debris. On 400 acres, that total cost would be $2.4 million to get it somewhat ready to crop. Okay, what to grow? Well, it's new ground. Let's plant soybeans. My friend tells me to expect in that country, which he farms, about 40 acres a bushel. And with beans selling at $11 a bushel. So you take 400 acres of cleared land, it costs you 2.4 to clear, times 40 bushels an acre at $11 a bushel. I could expect to gross $176,000, excuse me, in beans a year. And I'll be generous with myself and say, okay, well, you got to factor in the cost and say, okay, to make the numbers even, make $100,000 a year in soybean production. Well, take me 24 years to recoup that initial investment. If I went to Ag Carolina with those numbers and that business plan, they'd show me the door for my own good. Now here, Duke Energy can afford to clear this land because of the return on the investment. The energy generated will power 12,000 homes year after year from this project. Oxford's population is 9,000 people. The total population of Granville County is 62,000. 5 projects of this size would generate enough energy to power this county. And I think that's fantastic. I know people could quibble and say, well, the ions, they're going to go everywhere, but, you know, we hadn't reached the point in time that we hoard our energy, okay? So assuming we're generating energy in this county, generating energy in Surrey County, Warren County, Stokes County, and all doing our part, we're all adding to the grid from which we all will benefit. And that's just amazing to me. And I'm mindful of the fact that corn beans, potatoes is energy. Solar power is energy. It's just in a different form. And the ultimate source is the sun. At the last meeting, both Beth and Colin with the Duke team mentioned that they're thankful to have willing partners such as myself and my family to pursue these solar projects. And that reminded me I'm thankful too. My grandfather did not have the opportunity when those power lines were run in the 1930s to say where, if, or when it was going to happen. Here I'm able to negotiate an arm's length transaction for my family who's willing to enter into the contract terms. For the landowner, eminent domain or condemnation works like this. North Carolina DOC decides where a road is going to go here, or a power company determines they need something for the grid there. It doesn't matter whether the landowner wants it or not. Now, the landowner is entitled to just compensation, but that's just a matter of parking the money at the courthouse and quibbling over how much you're due. In fact, when the power company identifies for the public good that such and such is needed, it goes to the North Carolina legislature, which is already, as we're sitting here now, is mandated that Duke Power has got to generate at least 20, or was under a mandate to generate, I understand, 21% of quote unquote renewable or green energy that the state government's told them to do. And if they don't get it done, they go to the legislature, and part of the process of getting the power to push these over the finish line the hard way is to say, well, we tried to do it permissively to start with. It's kind of like the easy way or the hard way. Sooner rather than later, I suspect the news will be that there's an energy crisis. It's always a crisis or another, with service interruptions, rolling blackout, which means everybody can open their wallet, and the decisions that'll be made that we won't have any say in. It appears to me that this is much more benign way to go, solar, than shaving off a hill to get coal, strip mining, or blowing fissures in the earth to extract natural gas, fracking. Strip mining and fracking, I mean, the terms themselves are pretty appalling. I'm old enough to have lived in Berea through the ice storms and hurricanes, and the current, as we called it, would be out for days. I can remember breaking ice on the edge of farm ponds with my daddy and wondering if the current would be on when we got home, and toting wood to feed an old Virginia stove. I remember Hurricane Fran in September of 1996. Every barn we had was full of upper leaf stalk tobacco, the most valuable, and the power was out for close to 2 weeks. I remember us finding somewhere an old generator, a heavy thing that was on a cart, and we'd pull it barn to barn and get the fan to run to keep that tobacco from molding, waiting for the power to come back on so we could cure it out. Now, it's easy to badmouth Duke, but everybody's happy when that bucket truck comes up the road. And being that it's time of year to be thankful, I want to thank whoever the visionary was that when they were writing the solar ordinance, that they included in there that this zoning is an agricultural support enterprise. This is exactly what my family is trying to accomplish here, to use the funds from this to maintain our home place and other lands. I'll review this because I think I missed a page. But while I'm doing that, if y'all got any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them. But I think that might be all I had there. And I really appreciate y'all listening to my comments, and I hope y'all approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Anyone else to speak in support? Yes, sir.
Good evening to y'all. My name is David Thorpe. I'm here to speak in support of the Duke Energy project. My address is 885 Phyllis Road, Boynton, Virginia. Y'all need anything else from me along those lines? Okay. So, I'm a North Carolina registered forester. My number is 1968. I'm Norman Thorpe's son and Henry Thorpe's grandson. I was fortunate to be raised with the understanding and belief that we must be stewards of the land. It's not just ours, it's our turn. Those are the words that I've been raised with and lived by. I studied forestry at NC State University, and I've worked as a forester for the past decade. My first question when we began to consider leasing out our land to Duke Energy is what happens after. This land has been in our family for generations, and I'm part of the next generations who will be charged with its care. I have seen nothing in Duke's plan that would, 1, cause any permanent damage to the property, 2, that would be harmful to the natural environment that already exists on the property, and 3, that could not be easily cleaned up by Duke or their money in the performance bond which they provide. Furthermore, I believe that this project could improve the wildlife value of this tract. And concerning the wetlands, Tar River Land Conservancy has had the opportunity to review the solar plan and has not voiced any opposition to this project, which furthers the points towards Duke's sound planning. This particular property has been in active timber production for the past 100 years and has likely never been farmed. There are 3 different timber type stands that make up this property. Out of the 493 total acres, 186 acres are 34-year-old thin pine plantation, 167 acres are 39-year-old planted pine, and the remaining 140 acres are a riparian mixed pine hardwood stand that was harvested in the 1950s. There are no 100-year-old forests on this farm. There are no endangered or threatened ecosystems present here. And most of all, there is no easily convertible farmland or active farmland. Furthermore, the 2 stands consisting of planted pine have reached maturity and are ready to be harvested. Regardless of whether there is a solar project on this property or not, the timber will be cut in the next few years, consistent with good agriculture practices. I would like to address the fire concerns. I have experience in fire suppression from working with Oxford's Fire Department for 3 years, and my experience with wildland fires in my forestry career. It is my opinion that a forest of planted pine creates a greater risk of fire than what a solar field may create. Now, this is not to say that a healthy pine forest are a great fire hazard, but insect infestations, disease, and drought can lead to serious forest fire risks even in the best managed forests. These same risks are not shared with solar panels that are made predominantly out of non-flammable materials. I would like to leave the board with this. When I see the opposition speak, I do not see any young people. I am the one who will be responsible for the after, and having reviewed Duke Energy's plan, I find it to be comprehensive in the cleanup efforts. I believe this project is a step in the right direction for clean, renewable energy for North Carolina, and will create a better tomorrow for my generation and the next. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
We appreciate your comments.
Thank you very much.
All right, and who else wants to speak in favor of?
Good evening.
Yeah.
My name is Chalise Henderson, and I reside here in Granville County. I serve as the Executive Director of Turning Point Community Development Corporation, which is a nonprofit organization located in Vance County, where we operate a child care center along with a number of community-based programs that serve families across our region. Our property sits directly adjacent to a large solar farm. The total farm is about 80 acres, and that is operated by Cypress Creek Renewables. And I want to share our experience as a neighbor to this facility. It has been overwhelmingly positive. In fact, if we could not see the panels, we truly wouldn't even know that they were our neighbor. There have been no disruptions to our daily operations, no inconveniences whatsoever, and no noise concerns. Even though we have very little buffer between the farm and our buildings, we have just a couple of bushes there. In fact, we've been able to partner with the farm to support our community engagement programming. We are a very active site with children, families, and staff moving throughout the property on a regular basis, and the presence of the solar farm has never posed an issue for us or our operations. And so for these reasons, I'm here tonight to express my full support for the proposed Duke Energy Solar Farm here in Granville County. Based on our firsthand experiences, these facilities can coexist safely in our communities. They can coexist quietly and responsibly alongside our community. And so I want to just end by saying thank you for the opportunity to share, and thank you for the service that you provide to our community. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in support?
Please.
Good evening, commissioners, staff. Commissioner Jay, we're glad that you are back with us this evening, and I hope you had the opportunity to watch the first presentation that was presented on YouTube, so you saw the additional information. We will touch on a few additional points concerning the Granville Solar Center this evening, including, let me get our presentation started. Including the fact that we have ensured that this project will benefit Granville County and that it actually does align with the 2018 comprehensive plan. We'll discuss that in depth. The site is an approved land use, and the project will not be seen or heard by neighbors. The design incorporates county and community feedback with its setbacks and buffers, the wildlife corridors, and that animal-friendly fencing that Mr. Baker mentioned. The solar and battery energy storage are heavily regulated and safe, pollution-free sources of power generation. And did you know that North Carolina has decades of safe utility-scale solar operations, over 750 solar facilities across the state? Now, during the last presentation, we heard comments from the audience that our information was a bit boring. And I apologize for that, but I don't want any of them to drift off tonight. But the fact is that solar farms are kind of boring, right? They're not exciting for the neighbors. They lack noise. They lack traffic. They're, in fact, a safe and quiet neighbor. But behind the scene, or rather the extensive buffer, although the Granville Solar Center may go unseen and unheard and unrecognized, unlike potential other uses for this property, it will increase tax revenue in Granville County. It will create approximately 125 jobs during the new construction. It will generate economic benefits for local businesses. It will preserve land and future agriculture or timber use. It will support the county's electric distribution system by providing 75 megawatts of clean, renewable energy and 27 megawatts of energy storage. All this while taking up a mere 0.1% of Granville County's property. Basically, this unseen, unheard resource has the opportunity to make a visible impact. And that, I think, is a valuable resource to anyone who is interested in listening to the facts of the project. So how do we meet the comprehensive plan? We've talked about this a few times, but there still seems to be some question around that. In your plan on page 9, 19, and 28, you talk about new revenue without county expenses, improving and growing the county's tax base. This project will do that with approximately $121,000 per year. And if you look at the cumulative tax revenues, over $4.4 million during that time frame. Your ordinance states that solar farms are agricultural supporting enterprises. The application achieves strategy LU 4.4 on page 45, which states, encourage conditional zoning districts for larger scale uses and/or high impact uses to balance neighboring residential and non-residential uses in rural areas. On page 34, increasing the number of jobs. On page 57, preserving sewer capacity. On page 34, coordinate land use and infrastructure to maximize resources. Page 45, no smells, noise, significant nighttime lights, or meaningful traffic. Have a project that maintains the rural characteristics of its surroundings with perimeter setbacks and vegetative buffers while supporting a healthy economy and encouraging sustainable growth. Pages 34, 35, 45 through 47, 54, and 61. On page 34, 46, and 61, protects sensitive environmental areas by preserving such areas with open space and wildlife corridors. With minimal impervious ground surfaces, provides low-impact development designed for managing stormwater, page 57. Our project complies with your ordinances. You heard it, exceeds in some cases. And those pages specifically talk about how it meets your land use from the 2018 comprehensive plan. I'll turn it over to my teammates as they discuss further items that we heard at the last meeting and would like to address further.
Thanks, Beth. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thanks again for your time today. I am Colin Welch, the lead developer for this project for Duke Energy. Did you hit this one?
Yeah, you have to hit it twice on some occasions.
Well,
Maybe I was pointing that way intentionally.
maybe help me. Sorry about this. Okay. Cool. At the last commissioners meeting, okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. At the last commissioners meeting, we heard some conversation about whether solar was actually an approved use in the agricultural support enterprises zoning district. So I wanted to start tonight with solar as a specific land use in Granville County. For the avoidance of all doubt, the top screenshot on the slide shows the table of permitted land uses from section 32-144 of Granville's existing Code of Ordinances, which governs the conditional zoning district. As you can see in the middle red box, the table clearly shows solar farms marked with a Y for yes as a permitted land use in that district. This is further backed up by the Granville planning staff comments, which are the screenshot below, calling the application as it relates to the Granville comprehensive plan both reasonable and consistent. The staff comments also mention that the comprehensive plan specifically encourages the conditional zoning district in question for larger scale uses to balance neighboring land uses. So our application, staff comments, and Granville's ordinance all agree that solar is not only an approved use, but an encouraged one. There we go. Now, there are prior examples of the conditional zoning district at work as solar farms in Granville County, as Mr. Thorpe was talking about earlier. Each of the red boxes on the image to the right is a solar project, several of which are zoned ASE-CZ with the normal code-required setbacks and buffers. And the only difference I can see between these projects, which were approved for the same conditional rezoning we're asking for, and our project, is size. And while I understand the concern over the size of the site, our project is not designed like these smaller sites. It is designed with much more protection in mind. We expanded the required 100-foot setback to 150 feet from the perimeter for all solar equipment, which is a 50% increase. We've enlarged the perimeter vegetative buffer from 25 to 35 feet, which is a 40% increase. And along Satterwhite Road, we've included a 150-foot vegetative buffer, which is a 500% increase than the normal 25-foot requirement. Additionally, we've included wildlife corridors and animal-friendly fencing at the request of the County Development Review Committee. And a full third of our site will be preserved as undisturbed space. These added protections are intentional features because this site is larger than the others. So since other solar farms have already been approved in this conditional zoning district, with the only difference here being size, and the fact that we've included those protections for this site, we ask that this project be treated the same as the others, especially because there is no size limitation in either the comprehensive plan nor the ordinance. Now, I know we went through this material at the last meeting, so I'll keep the proposal details brief. We propose to rezone 3 isolated parcels currently designated agricultural residential 40 into ASE-CZ, the conditional zoning district, for the construction of a solar farm and battery energy storage system. The project is on land owned by the Thorpe family and leased to Duke Energy, and all the surrounding parcels are also zoned AR40. And again, to put the size of the project into perspective, if you take the approximately 330 acres of our project that will be developed and divide that by the approximately 340,000 acres in the county, our project represents less than 0.1% of the available land in the county. As Mr. Thorpe and his son said, the current use of the site is timberland silviculture, and the site has been planted and cut, replanted and cut again for more than 100 years. The site is largely isolated, located along Satterwhite Road, which is the red line in the top image, and ideally situated between 2 existing Duke transmission lines, the 2 orange lines in that top image. The project will use solar photovoltaic cells made of silicon for a 75 megawatt solar farm with a 27 megawatt battery. We anticipate construction beginning in late 2029 with a placed in service date of late 2030 and an operating period of around 35 years. The reason we chose this site first and foremost is because we have a willing landowner who wants to develop. Without willing landowners with a vision like the Thorpes, no development of any kind would be possible. We also chose this particular site because it is a great candidate for solar. It has everything we look for. It's along a Duke Energy transmission line, which reduces costs and complexity for tying into the grid. It's a large tract of land, which helps achieve economies of scale, both in terms of cost and the power produced, that smaller projects cannot achieve. And it's relatively dry and flat, which is great for construction. The location also is largely remote, with only 1 nearby public road and very few nearby residences, which further mitigates any chance of impact. All right, so this is our application zoning map. We should all be familiar with it by now, but as I mentioned earlier, it has been tailored specifically to Granville County. To orient everyone, Satterwhite Road is the red line running across the top of the map, and the transmission line is in orange, and that's where we plan to connect into the grid. The blue rectangles in the middle of the project boundary are the solar panels, and the opaque tan channels are the wildlife corridors we've incorporated intentionally to prevent wildlife from being cut off from their water sources. These corridors protect environmentally sensitive areas, which is, as you know, a main tenet of the comprehensive plan. The yellow stars at the top of the map are the only nearby residential neighbors, the closest of which is about 2 football fields away. Now, I've already talked about how the perimeter setbacks and buffers all greatly exceed what is required by the ordinance, but to push this point home a little further, we also measured the distance from the battery area and the solar inverters. The battery area, which is the red box in the middle, like almost the dead middle of the slide, it's about 3 acres. That battery area is more than 500 feet, or about 1.5 football fields back from Satterwhite Road. And there is 150 feet of pine trees, the transmission corridor, and the utility fence line between anyone and the battery. The inverters, the solar inverters, are the pink dots kind of scattered throughout the solar panels in blue, are a minimum of 300 feet away from all property boundaries, but are often much farther away than that, as you can see by the 600-foot marker on the far east side of the map. In our plan, as Mr. Baker said earlier, we are requesting an alternative fence design to accommodate another county priority, which was the animal-friendly fencing. The fence would still be 10 feet tall as per the ordinance, but instead of using the green slats to shield the project from view, we are requesting to use fencing with larger chain link holes to allow for small wildlife to move unimpeded throughout the site. We think this is reasonable because the project will still be hidden from public view by the increased setbacks, the planned vegetative buffer along Satterwhite Road, and the perimeter buffers. Additionally, by several hundred feet of distance and the transmission corridor itself before any equipment appears. But a picture paints 1,000 words. So we had some visual renderings done to show what the project will look like from the vantage point of the nearby residences. Kimley Horn, an independent engineering firm, put these renderings together on behalf of the project to show what, in their professional opinion, the site will look like from multiple locations along Satterwhite Road. Kimley Horn took these photos in October 2025 and then rendered them to show what the project would look like 1 year after installation. So the top left is the map. There's 3 locations. That's the vantage, and then location 1, 2, and 3 kind of map to the top left image. And as you can see from all 3 locations, the project is totally obscured from view, preserving Granville's rural character. Again, a main tenet, a core tenet of Granville's comprehensive plan. This is primarily achieved by leaving the large existing vegetative buffer in place. The land also slopes downward and away from the road, which helps hide it even further. Next up, we had a comparison rendered to show what our project, with its proposed 500% larger vegetative buffer, would look like against a hypothetical clear-cut version of the property. Again, it is clear that the buffer preserves the rural character of the area. As a part of our due diligence process, we had third-party expert reports conducted, which illustrate the project is, sorry about that, which illustrate that the project is safe for the county and its citizens, will not affect property values, and will add economic value to Granville County. First up, Tommy Cleveland, a North Carolina licensed and professional engineer, studied the project and concluded that it would not create negative impacts to public health or safety, all the while producing emission-free energy. He also found that modern U.S. battery standards largely minimize the risk of fire at utility-scale solar and battery sites. Kirkland Appraisals studied the project and concluded that this solar project would not affect property values, and similar to the Granville ordinance, is a compatible use for rural residential areas. They also found that there would not be an increase in local traffic, nor any odors, lights at night, or significant noise. Finally, Mangum Economics studied the project and concluded that it will contribute to Granville County millions in tax revenue and economic output during construction and its 35-year operation period, all of which support local wages and employment. Both Rich Kirkland of Kirkland Appraisals and Tommy Cleveland, who wrote the book on solar panel safety for the North Carolina Clean Tech Center, are here in person and will be available for questions later. But now we would like to bring up Rich Kirkland to share a few additional words on the real estate portion, knowing that this was a top concern for neighboring landowners. You have to double click it. Well, you can actually stay here.
Good evening. My name is Rich Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals, 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm a state-certified general appraiser. I've been working in North Carolina for about 30 years now. I'm also state-certified in about 17 other states. I have the MAI designation, which is the highest designation put out by the Appraisal Institute for advanced coursework, study, peer review processes, and demonstration of advanced appraisal techniques. I also have the ARA designation, the Accredited Rural Appraiser, put out by the American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers, the ASFMRA. Sorry, it's a mouthful. We do impact analysis as part of our regular part of business. We do it for a lot of different things. In the last 20 years, we've looked at rock quarries, we've looked at schools, we've looked at churches, apartments, hotels, things of that nature. We are here specifically about solar. We've been looking at solar for about 17 years now, since it took off pretty big in North Carolina right after the housing bubble burst. In that time, we've looked at over 1,000 projects. I think we're around 1,700 projects we've looked at so far. We are looking for sales that happen around solar projects so we can do analysis of to see if there's any impact on property value. And these are all using very normal appraisal techniques. This is the techniques we use are put forward by the Appraisal Institute. They're supported by the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, and very consistent with typical appraisal practice for doing adjustments for any appraisal report. We do what's called a matched pair analysis, which is simply we look at properties that have sold next to a solar project, compare them to similar homes that are not near the solar project but sold in the same time frame and otherwise similar characteristics, just to see if there's anything that would come out. We also do what's called a sale-resale analysis. This is where we find a home that is sold next to a solar project, compare it to an earlier sale of that exact same home, just to make sure it appreciated, and check the appreciation, and we compare it to that zip code to see if it's appreciating the same rate as other homes in that area. We've done multiple series of these data points. I believe you've got a copy of this report in your file. We also have interviewed brokers who've been involved in these sales. We want to talk to them to find out if there's anything going on that we need to know about before we do analysis. One, just to make sure that there wasn't something unusual that's not readily available in the data. For example, the house smells of cat urine. That's not going to make for a good description, and they're not going to make for a good analysis. So we want to make sure we weed those out. But also, we're getting the comments from the brokers about whether or not it impacted the timing of the sale, how long it took them to market it, or whether they got a lot of feedback from buyers and sellers. So we've got a survey of the brokers that we've talked to that are included in the report as well. We've also, we've reached out to every assessor in North Carolina, as well as all the assessors in about 7 other states, just to find out if they're making any adjustments or found any reason to make adjustments to properties that adjoin solar projects. And that data is in there. So again, with all that research, I can go into any detail that you want and speak of specifics, but the conclusion of our report is that we find that this project as proposed is consistent and would maintain the value of adjoining property values. We do not see any basis for a negative impact. And furthermore, the distances from the nearest home to the nearest panel, the closest home we identified was about 730 feet, a little over 700 feet. And we found no impacts as homes as close as 100 feet from panels where they were properly screened. So we have much greater distances involved here than a lot of the projects that we have looked at. And again, we've looked at projects much larger than this as well. We've got projects as large as 616 megawatts, I believe, that we've looked at looking at property value impacts and found no difference between those and the 5 megawatt projects that we've seen that are more standard in North Carolina. So again, it's my professional opinion that this project as proposed will have no impact on adjoining property values, and that this is a harmonious location and similar to other locations in North Carolina where solar's been developed. I'd be happy to answer questions now or later. Later.
Thanks, Rich. Oh, I'll get the hang of it by the end of this. Duke Energy takes safety very seriously, so let's talk briefly about solar panel safety. We heard last time that this project might be a concentrated solar project. Concentrated solar uses mirrors to reflect sunlight and heat toward a receiver that then boils water to create steam, to then spin a turbine, which then creates electricity. Concentrated solar is an out-of-date technology that has largely been replaced by solar PV, or solar photovoltaics, which is what our project will use. Concentrated solar is what you see with the big tower in the desert in Arizona and Vegas and, like that. It's not situated for here, and it's old and out of date. Solar PV, on the other hand, is a simple, even elegant solution. No mirrors, no heat, no moving parts. Sunlight simply interacts with the silicon cells in the panels in a way that releases electrons, which flow along wires connected to the grid and into your homes. Furthermore, our panels do not use any cadmium. As I said, they are made of silicon, polysilicon cells, which is a naturally occurring abundant material on Earth. So we don't use any cadmium, and that mitigates the risk of leaching into the ground. And the panels are fully encased in glass with aluminum frames, which further reduces that leaching risk. They are also tested for fire, wind, hail, and pressure, and have anti-reflective coatings to reduce glare, and are safe for animals. Duke Energy operators also monitor the site 24/7, 365 to ensure safe operations. Solar sites are all over the United States and North Carolina and have been studied extensively for decades, with the overwhelming conclusion that they are safe. So because we heard some questions about noise in the last meeting, let's talk about noise. While the project will be quiet, it will not be completely silent. Both solar inverters, which run when the sun is shining, and batteries, which are charged by the solar panels during the day, do make some sound. This electrical hum is roughly 85 to 95 decibels if you were standing right next to the equipment while it is operating. To put this in perspective, this would be roughly equivalent to the sound of a power lawnmower, but actually a little quieter. I'll direct your eyes to the first red box. The power lawnmower comes in at 107 decibels, and solar equipment at the source right next to it is slightly under that. But again, only if you're right next to the equipment. And not only will no unauthorized person be within the site's fence line to be right next to the equipment, sound also dissipates quickly as distance increases. The farther away from the source, the quieter it becomes. And after you add in the vegetative buffers, sound will be blocked almost entirely. To prove this point, we went out and measured the sound levels at one of our operating solar facilities in Nash County, North Carolina. At 200 feet away, the equipment registered an average of 41 decibels, which is equivalent to a suburban neighborhood at night, or a quiet library. At 500 feet away, they're even quieter. I will reiterate that the closest inverter to any property boundary, in this case, is 300 feet, and the closest battery is 500 feet, meaning the sound of the equipment humming would be similar to a quiet library. Now, my colleague Justin LaRoche will come to speak on battery safety.
Good evening. My name is Justin LaRoche, Director of Renewables Development for Duke Energy. Business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. We'd like to address battery safety, which is also a topic of concern raised at the first hearing. We cannot reiterate enough how important safety is to Duke Energy, our culture, and our history of operating power plants for over 100 years. Duke Energy operates 17 battery sites today, and it has over 10 years of operational experience with dozens of additional projects under development. When it comes to battery safety, we try to depict this in a simple equation, which we'll talk about each piece. Battery chemistry, plus the design of the enclosures that they come in, plus 24 hours a day, 7 days a week monitoring, plus the required independent third-party testing and industry standards, makes for the safe operation of utility-scale battery systems. When you couple that safe operation by design with emergency preparedness, the community is also protected. Everyone here tonight is likely carrying a battery in their phone, have used equipment operated by batteries, and have charged batteries. They're in our cell phones, laptops, power tools, golf carts, and vehicles. The industry acknowledges that there have been events with battery systems in the past, but the causes for those events do not apply to the modern battery systems, such as the one we're planning to use here, which we'll talk about those current safety enhancements. We understand that battery systems may be unfamiliar to Granville County, but utility-scale battery systems are not unfamiliar to Duke Energy and is becoming more and more familiar for North Carolina communities. Battery facilities can be operated safely. We have been operating safely, and we are committed to the continued safe operations. Battery safety for utility-scale applications starts with the chemistry, or the materials of the battery. The cathode material can have large effects on what happens if there is a failure. There are several types of batteries. Lead-acid batteries, like those used in conventional vehicles, various lithium batteries for electric-powered tools, cell phone, laptop batteries, electric vehicles, golf cart, forklifts, etc. However, lithium iron phosphate, which is the design planned for this project, has been shown to be the safer, more environmentally friendly option for utility-scale applications. Lithium iron phosphate is more stable, less prone to failure events, particularly compared to other battery chemistries. One of the key issues with early deployed batteries is the fact that when they get hot, they produce oxygen as a byproduct, which in the event of a fire is problematic, and why you would see large, long-lasting fires. Lithium iron phosphate, which is what we plan to use here for this project, does not have this characteristic because it's a different chemistry makeup. Lithium iron phosphate is considered the safe fire option when evaluating and selecting battery technologies and is more environmentally friendly compared to alternative batteries. Iron and phosphate are common earth elements. Let's talk container design. Starting on the far left, the cell is where the energy is stored and released. Cells are connected to form a module. Modules are connected to form a pack. Packs are then assembled into those vertical racks, and several racks are assembled into a containerized unit or enclosure. Each rack is isolated from the neighboring racks with a fire-rated divider. Individual cells can be removed, as well as entire modules. Individual cells and racks are remotely monitored and can be shut off if conditions exceed operating parameters. A fire-rated door provides external access to each rack, and the entire unit can be shut off remotely if necessary. This is what a completed Duke Energy battery site looks like. Our battery facilities are monitored 24/7, 365 by trained personnel. Each battery enclosure is equipped with sensors, such as temperature, gas, vibration, smoke and fire detectors, and operational statuses. Our monitoring systems notify operators if any equipment exceed normal operating parameters, which enables quick, proactive intervention before failures can occur. The site is equipped with audible and visual alarms to notify any personnel on the site to take action. An example is provided in the upper left-hand corner. Sites include camera monitoring as well. Example is provided in the lower part of the site. We also develop a site-specific emergency action plan in collaboration with local first responders, which includes a first responder station, as illustrated here at the top of the site, which is a designated safety and emergency response area to assist firefighters, EMS, and other emergency personnel and provide site-specific information contact information, alarms, and personal protective equipment. We've actually already started this process. We've met with the county fire marshal, introduced him to the project. His main feedback was ensuring proper site access and vehicle access. We partner with first responders to educate them on the facility, the battery equipment, and firefighting techniques. This includes conducting drills and training. By monitoring the equipment, sensors, and operational characteristics, 24/7, 365, the facility can be safely operated, and proactive intervention can occur before incidences happen. However, we still plan, develop responses, and ensure preparedness in the unlikely event an incident occurs. For reference, the battery facility area for this project would be, as referenced, closer to 2.5, under 3 acres. But as you can see, the battery containers are spread out, further mitigating the risk of spread of fire in the unlikely event. I'd like to introduce Paul Hayes, VP of Energy Infrastructure with Hiller Fire, a third-party consultant which will speak to industry standards and testing requirements, common concerns, and how local fire departments need to be prepared.
Thank you, Justin. Great summary. Thank you, Commissioner, Chair, for the opportunity to speak to you guys this evening. My name is Paul Hayes. I'm from Wilmington, North Carolina, 2120 Capitol Drive, 28415. My passion is battery safety. I spend a lot of time talking about it. I will try to be succinct this evening, so any questions, please feel free. My role, I spend an awful lot of time with NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, Code 855, which is the governing code for batteries. We just released a new edition for 2026. I was the task chair for suppression, explosions, listings, power, variety of things, lithium safety guides. So I spent an awful lot of time contributing my time to writing the codes. I've had an opportunity to get inside information on a lot of the failures in the world. I've also had an opportunity to see large-scale fire tests and to learn, because we write our codes, unfortunately, on the backs of failures. So we've added a lot of that learning into the codes and where they're going, so it's a great place to start with 2026. Realize that North Carolina is still a little bit behind on that one. Part of my role has also been to support fire companies, including New York City, LA County, to help them develop their codes. So my job is to look over Duke's shoulders, to support them, to make sure we meet best practices and codes, as well as support the county and the fire department to help with that education. So the first thing, the most important thing, is protection of our first responders. The term that I use is an asset is not worth a life. It's a piece of equipment. There is no reason that we need to jeopardize life and safety to protect that piece of equipment. Now, I get a number of questions, and I'm probably going to hear the common ones. Well, batteries you can't put out. They tend to reflash. They contaminate our water. There's toxics in our smoke. Common questions. Everybody has those issues. We see them all the time. So what's the simple answers on that? Well, you can put out a battery fire. Unfortunately, though, when you do that, it can create other hazards. They can reflash because there is still stranded energy if you put them out. That energy wants to release and come back. So we want to get rid of that potential for reflash. Water. Well, we learned the hard way that water is not the right thing to mix with batteries. So when we put water on it, yes, we can get some contamination, but the intent is to let it burn. And honestly, all smoke is toxic. So no matter what you see from a smoke standpoint, whether it's a factory, a house, a battery, all smoke is toxic. Batteries present very similar to a house fire. There's some real nasty stuff in houses, and honestly, you shouldn't be breathing either one of them. But we all know, we see the batteries that make spectacular videos. We've all seen those on there going, wow, that's pretty amazing. I've seen plenty of them myself, but what happens is that's the news cycle. We see the spectacular event that makes the news, that everybody wants to watch, But the next day, the news cycles moved on. Well, what happened in the interim? Okay, it burned out in 8 hours. They monitored the site. There was no toxics of any actionable levels that came off the site. We didn't jeopardize life and safety. All those things are out there if you care to research them a little bit further, but honestly, most of that stuff's pretty boring. Most of the time, people don't go that deep in to figure out what actually happened after the fact. You know, our first responders are trained experts. They like to rush in while everybody else is running out, except for the iPhone crowd now that wants to record it all. But they are the ones that we need to change and educate that, again, there's nothing worth saving here, so we don't need to move that on. So why do we say let it burn, let it consume itself? Observe and contain, because sometimes politically correct is, well, you're not doing anything. The events are over quicker. There is no reflash. There is no stranded energy. There is no runoff. And most importantly, we do not jeopardize life and safety. So the codes are written that way with the lessons we learned from the industry out there of seeing some of the bigger events where we've had sprinkler systems. Guess what? They end up being a lot worse by the time we put a lot of water onto them. Most of the time, they'll burn themselves out. A couple of things that we've done within the code is to create what we call a large-scale fire test. Well, the question is, what happens if one goes up? Are we going to propagate to the rest of the field? Well, we do a large-scale fire test where we purposely burn one whole container to see whether we get any propagation. We want that container to get to as big a fire as possible to see if it impacts the ones across the aisle, the ones behind it, the ones around it. So we work very diligently to make sure a failure that it overwhelms the inherent mitigation measures of a container does not propagate elsewhere. A lot of our codes are written now to look at listings from UL, from same like you would get from a toaster, same type of listing goes into your container. So what those listings do is if we have a single cell failure, they protect it and say that we're not going to propagate or go to a bigger event. But we've all seen bigger events can happen, lightning strikes, things like that happen in the world. Thus, we go to that large-scale test. But overall, most of the events that we've seen are older technology installed before current codes, and they wouldn't have happened today. They were installed in buildings. We don't install in buildings anymore. There's too much of a problem with if one cell goes off, sprinklers cause water to propagate to the rest of the building. So that's why we've got smaller containers out there in the world. Loss of one becomes an insurance issue and not a nightmare for the fire department to deal with or spreading throughout the rest of the facilities. I mean, batteries are hot when they burn. And the good thing about a hot fire is it tends to burn off most of your contaminants. So when I say that we don't really see those smoke plumes causing problems out there, it really is because we allow them to burn and they burn off a lot of those contaminants. What we see traditionally in batteries is not necessarily the battery themselves that cause the problem. The gases that come off a battery are hydrogen, CO, CO2, and a few hydrocarbons. Not a whole lot of stuff in there other than it's flammable. So that's what typically comes off a battery, but what we see in the smoke plume is actually the plastics. Same thing you would see in a house, in a warehouse, those type of contaminants that fire departments are used to managing and dealing with. They have the protective gear. The only thing that I would add, and they may have them in the local jurisdictions, is a 4-point analyzer, something that they can monitor the gases coming off the site. And a thermal imaging camera is not bad. It's all fairly benign equipment. It's something that's very useful for those responses. So again, it's important that we have the UL listings, that we do the testings on the batteries, that we get something to the current codes as well as best practices out there, because we're always learning. Fortunately, our codes are always a little bit behind, but as much as we can employ best practices, that's what we need to do. So we want to make sure that our first responders are safe, and overall, as we said, the For the number of energy storage projects that are going off, the events are continuing to decrease as a percentage because we're employing those current codes and listings of the product. So what does a first responder do? Manage the incident. Monitor for gases coming off the site, use thermal imaging cameras, wear their standard PPE protective gear, and ultimately do not engage. But we all know that an incident commander has to make decisions on site. Let them do their job. We will help train them, get them educated on the best way to approach if there is something above and beyond that a first responder needs to deal with. But it's really not that difficult of an approach. Just politically, it appears sometimes a little difficult to say, well, we're not going to do anything. That's not really the intent, but we do want to not jeopardize our life and safety. So again, if you guys have any questions on that, I'm lucky I only had one slide up here tonight, so I really didn't have to play with the clicker. But any questions, I'll be glad to come back up. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. All right, we're almost done. There we go. So I've talked about decommissioning before, but at the end of our lease or the project's useful life, Duke Energy will decommission the solar farm, meaning all solar equipment will be removed and the land will be restored to what it was before construction. We are obligated to do this under 3 different legal frameworks. The state of North Carolina requires us to decommission the site after energy is no longer being produced. We also must submit a decommissioning plan drafted by a licensed engineer and then update that plan every 5 years thereafter. We also must meet strict registration, restoration, and financial standards such as parent guarantees, letters of credit, surety bonds, and even cash with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. Furthermore, we are required to decommission the project from Granville County's own ordinance, which we will fully comply with. And we are committed to decommissioning in our lease agreement with the Thorpe family, which requires us to return the land to its natural state for their future use and enjoyment. So as you can see, by law, solar farms are temporary structures. They do preserve the agricultural land. This is not the case for other commercial real estate, warehouses, distribution, or data centers. I'm sure we're all familiar with abandoned buildings left behind when business goes belly up. Unlike other commercial land uses, with solar, there is a legal assurance for removal and restoration. And that's a good thing. So getting a project like this across the finish line takes a lot of work. I say it takes a village, and that coordination with various governments at federal, state, and local levels, as well as government agencies and industry organizations, all of that has to happen to make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's from every part of the development process. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, but it does show the parties we've coordinated with so far on the Granville Solar Center, thus far. Now my colleague Beth will talk about conservation.
So we shared before how the project is next to over 1,000 acres of land that the Thorpe family donated back in 2004 to the Tar River Land Conservancy. The land showcased in red is permanently protected, helping to preserve the rural character of northern Granville County. And our project, as we've discussed, complements that commitment by incorporating extensive buffers that exceed the county requirements, by including those wildlife corridors to protect and connect natural habitats, and working with local organizations to look at pollinator farms, which I'll discuss in just a second. We also have a letter of support from Jacob Rogers, the Chief Executive Officer of Triangle Community Coalition, and I believe the commissioners have received this as well. He notes that power generation will be key to our economic growth and success, and that Duke Energy is a wonderful community partner, a message you've also heard from other organizations like the Chamber and the Community College and nonprofits in the community. We are committed to being a community partner wherever we are and however that may be. This project has a unique opportunity, and I look forward to continued conversations about pollinator habitats and partnering with organizations like the local cooperative extension and potentially the Beekeeper Association. We have placed into service butterfly way stations, monarch butterfly way stations in Rockingham County, and I hope we can do the same here. Purdue University research shows that there are benefits linking pollinator habitats to solar projects, such as increasing the potential yield for pollinator-dependent crops in the surrounding area. In addition, pollinator.org talks about solar energy being good for our environment and encourages taking steps to further add the pollinator habitats to increase the effort in the environment. And perhaps the Granville Solar Center offers additional opportunities for research as projects progress in this area. As you heard, safety is of utmost importance, and so is environmental stewardship. We operate and maintain our facilities by using best practices that minimize our footprint. For example, and what would happen here is we will mow at the facility, and we will only use herbicides to spot treat areas along the fence line where it cannot be reached by the mower. And in fact, the amount of herbicides that we would use are far less than what you will see on an agricultural plot of the same size. You've seen our community slide before, and I don't want to stress it too much because I know you know we're in the community. I don't know if you know that we have 46 employees that live in the community and 64 retirees that live in the community as well. We certainly donate to opportunities and we volunteer, and we would like to continue that regardless of your decision tonight, of course. We had an open house that some of you were able to attend, and that offered an opportunity to learn more about the project. We had 17 folks participate in that activity. I've also made myself available to speak with commissioners and staff and opened that opportunity up to community members and neighbors who were interested in learning more about the facts of the project. As Justin mentioned, we met with Granville County's Emergency Management Director and the Fire Marshal to ensure their questions were addressed and they felt comfortable with the project. I opened up the opportunity recently for them to talk with the Fire Marshal in Union County, where they have a solar and battery project, and they've not taken me up on that opportunity yet, but I feel that it's because they understand that you let a battery burn out. That was part of one of our conversations early in the discussion, and so I feel like your folks have a firm handle on what's to happen, but we would still offer training from Duke Energy to ensure that we meet all of the needs and have that emergency action plan prepared. I'll reiterate too what Paul said, that we would stay current with the standards of the National Fire Protection Association 855. We're certainly happy to answer any questions after the public has the opportunity to talk, but again, I will stress that the proposed rezoning is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and we have met the 2018 Comprehensive Land Plan. We will bring additional tax revenue to the community. This is a safe project that will not impact property values or the quality of life of the communities. It will be constructed by Duke Energy, it will be owned by Duke Energy, it will be decommissioned by Duke Energy. We will continue to be a good neighbor and a good partner, and I would encourage you all to support this project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing no movement, we want to thank you. And the floor, anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning and did not have a chance to speak at the last public hearing or may have additional information to provide, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please. And yeah. Anyone, any order.
Okay, I will start. I think I signed first. Not that I wanted to be first.
Okay.
My name is Diane Young. I live adjacent, that piece of land that they showed you would be right at my back door if they continue from one side of that site to the other over time. I've been in Granville County all my life except for moving away to Tampa, Florida for a short time and came back to the farm place and lived there and love every minute of it. I've worked with Duke Medical Center for 25 years, 24 and a half. My major concern is the welfare of our residents. I see cancer. I've worked in cancer the entire time at Duke, cancer research. That's my concern. I have family members that have cancer. My husband has cancer. My sisters had cancer. So it's so many different kinds. Every kind of cancer, of course, has to be treated differently per person. So I also have done quality assurance work with Granville Medical Center, Duke Hospital, grants, the whole 9 yards. So my main work has been focused in the cancer field. I am concerned mainly that the site is very large. I understand landowners want to make as much money as they can. I want to make as much money for Granville County as I can. But God puts us here for a purpose of enjoying the things that He put on this earth. And that means to take care of everything on this earth. That includes all the animals down to the bees and butterflies. I know you're making sites for them, but it kills them. Small animals, anything near that site has the potential of radiation from these. It's electromagnetic fields, EMFs, that generates low-level electromagnetic fields during electricity generation and transmission. Symptoms of people that have lived in areas with these solar farms, particularly the large ones, are headaches, fatigues, noise from the transformer, skin rashes, sleep deprivation, cancer. And unfortunately, yes, they've done away, maybe this particular group has done away with certain elements that cause cancer, but there's still lead, silicon, psyllium, and arsenic located in the solar cells. All of that, just say we have a storm and it breaks the solar panels and it rains, gets into the earth, comes in through the well water, the streams, you've got animals, you've got people, farms, lands, that it's going to get to through the soil system, in the air, fire. Fires can be created, of course, by just bird nests in the solar panels and the heat generated from the solar panels itself. So all of that is our environment that can cause lethal things to happen. We don't have to have a perfect, yes, it looks great on film and on paper, but just like at hospitals, you can have a book with regulations, but what you do today and what happens today is what's going to happen. So you can realize that you can provide and try to keep everything in line by guidelines. It doesn't work. The only person, even the people that make these solar panels, is not gonna make them perfect. It's gonna be a catastrophe of some kind in one of those panels somewhere or more. And dependent on the destruction of whether it be a fire or a catastrophe of weather, or just the heat itself is the problem. So we have to remember that only God has control. We don't. Those guidelines do not. Granville County, of course, can make lots of money, maybe, by having people here to start the jobs. But, like you said, suppose a company does away with that owner and changes their name to another name, and that particular person that takes them over says, I'm not gonna finish this project. You can have legal people that can come in and try to keep it the same, but that doesn't mean that company is gonna do that. So things change. So the only person in control today is God. Not those guidelines, and not us. So I'm all for making money, but I'm more so here for the health and welfare, that the residents of Granville County continue to live a productive, happy life, and that includes the wildlife in our area in all regards. So please consider that these areas may have a buffer zone, and they may have so many feet and so many fences and everything else around it. But we know it's there, the animals know it's there, and when some catastrophe happens and we're in the hospital with cancer from that, and then all the areas and all the people in that vicinity end up having this different kinds of cancer, it could very well be those things that have malfunctioned for one reason or another, whether it be the silicone going bad that holds them together, around the edges, that holds those cells in there of all those toxic materials. And that's all it takes, is one thing to start the process. We're not in control of any of that. So in summary, I know that a higher revenue per acre means a lot to a landowner. But if the decommission of those don't happen for one reason or another at the end of that 10, 15, 20-year cycle of those panels, and they are sitting there corroding, and nobody does anything about it, it's going into our land. Huge areas would make it that much worse, as large as this tract is. And I am asking that y'all reconsider in the fact that it is way too big for our small county, way too big. The projects are established, of course, for government incentives and tax incentives, but if these things fail, what's gonna happen to Granville County? It may start off looking good for a year, two, while it's working, and no problems, but as soon as those things break down, and you and I know things break down. As it gets older, they break down. People do. And so does metal, glass. So with all the environmental things that's going on in the world today, do we really need to add something of this magnitude to a small county like Granville County and risk that for our citizens? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed listening to all, but I'm for the patient to stay well. Thank you. And we are the patients.
And thank you for your comments. And who else would like to come forward to speak in opposition?
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Atkins, and my husband David and I live at 7619 NC Highway 96, Oxford. As you may recall, I've spoken at past county commissioner meetings as well as at planning department meetings to share my concerns about the county possibly approving any large utility solar farms in rural northern Granville County. Along with other Granville County residents, we have voiced concerns about, 1, the possibility of turning one of Granville County's most important state resources, farmland, into mega solar farms. Farmland is disappearing quickly. 2, the environmental impact of solar farm development and its operation for 25 to 35 or more years. Decommissioning requirements and how enforceable those laws would be in 35 years. 3, concerns about a utility farm's impact on the visual landscape and on the quality of our life. 4, solar farms' incompatibility to neighboring farms. And 5, how solar farms may lower property values with no financial benefit to the neighboring landowners. 6, questions about whether zoning requests for industrial development could be next. 7, possible impact to ecosystems, the loss of our forests and negative impact on wetlands, wildlife, and wildlife habitats. 8, a need to strengthen infrastructure in northern Granville County for fire and security if a utility solar farm is approved, as well as any impact on the wetlands affecting our well water. 9, a concern about liability issues. Duke Energy's LLC gives their organization limited liability if any worst-case scenario occurs. It is unclear who covers costs if someone is hurt or if the solar farm causes damage to nearby properties, residences, or county property or services. 10, construction noise, erosion, and possible soil and water contamination. 11, concerns that panels damaged during a storm containing metals, batteries, and chemicals that could leach into the soil, water, and wetlands. These same concerns apply to decommissioning and how to safely dispose of these panels. And 12, the possibility of substation fires and vandalism. Many other North Carolina county residents and their governing bodies have also shared concerns, and the North Carolina legislature is in the process of taking action. There is pending state legislation that may change the relationship of utility solar farms with the state of North Carolina. North Carolina House Bill 729, the Farmland Protection Act, is a pending bill that is scheduled to be considered again in the next North Carolina legislative session. It aims to restrict the growth of large-scale solar farms by phasing out the property tax exclusion for solar systems and will require new regulations for these projects. This pending bill initially totally excluded any tax breaks that solar farms would receive, but its latest draft gradually phases the tax breaks out. The exclusion is currently at 80%. The proposed bill draft reduces this to 40% with a total exclusion by July 1st, 2029. Also, there would be new requirements for utility-scale solar projects affecting decommissioning plans, financial backing for decommissioning, and restrictions on the type of land use for utility solar farms. This bill was filed and passed through several committees, but it has not yet been voted on by the full North Carolina House. It remains eligible to be considered during the remainder of the 25-26 legislative session. The December session starts on December 15th, in a couple weeks, and the 2026 session starts on April the 21st, 2026. The long session is extended into 2026 because a state budget has not been passed. This bill is supported by agricultural groups, including the North Carolina Farm Bureau, North Carolina Grange, and the North Carolina Agricultural Commissioner, Steve Troxler. It is opposed by energy advocates due to its phasing out of property tax exclusion on the property and equipment and on land use restrictions. This bill could still undergo further changes. Let me repeat this. This bill could still undergo further changes because all counties in North Carolina, including Granville, could be affected by this pending and yet to be finalized legislation. I hope our county commissioners will want to have all the facts in hand, including final approved legislation, if you are thinking about approving any county zoning changes allowing utility solar farm development. It is likely new state legislation affecting utility solar farm development will be approved later this month or in 2026. I respectfully ask that you please do not approve Duke Energy's LLC current zoning request. If you consider its approval, I respectfully request that our county commissioners not move forward without all the facts and wait for North Carolina's final approval of House Bill 729. Thank you.
And thank you.
My name is Keith Sexton. I reside at 216 West Thorndale Drive in Oxford. We were fortunate in 2025 to purchase 28 acres of farmland in Granville County, located on Shep Royster Road in Oxford, within 2 or 3 touchdown passes from Bryce Young from the proposed project. It strikes me that at our last hearing, no specific list of what is included in Agricultural Support Enterprise Zone was provided. So I checked the USDA site, the North Carolina DA site, and no list is produced. An internet query of the agriculture industry website offered this comprehensive list: input supply and production services, seed and fertilizer, equipment services, specialized cultivation services, genetic stock and nutrition services, financial and management support including consulting and insurance, processing, marketing, and distribution, including wholesale, research and development, including ag extension services, industry and community organizations, ag tourism, and local food initiatives. The one thing that is not on that list from industry experts is a solar collection factory, especially a solar collection factory that exports energy out of Granville County without lowering the cost of energy for farms, since it's supposed to be ag support enterprise. Duke Energy's proposal does not provide direct support for farms currently in operation with a significant reduction in energy costs. On that fact and logic, we must eliminate Duke Energy's project based on ag and enterprise support zoning. It does not provide any direct benefit to agriculture in Granville County. Stepping outside of the agricultural support enterprise zone realities will likely set a precedent for the zoning board and this council. If you approve this project, this decision will be leveraged in future applications, potential court challenges, not only for solar collection factories, but for AI computing centers, data centers, and the obnoxiously noisy crypto mining facilities. One thing we are making a bumper crop of in North Carolina is rental units because of the rising cost of housing. 1.5 units and counting, with new units just 3 miles away at Hatcher Creek. Solar on 700,000 rooftops will supply 14% of the current energy need. With 3.2 million owner rooftops in North Carolina, that could support another 30% if only 1/3 of those homes are solar worthy. Now add the rental properties, add retail rooftops, add parking lots, add North Carolina and state U.S. 4-lane highways, interstates, and we can get close to 70% of our current need from that kind of solar. What concerns me is what Duke Energy didn't say tonight, that they have been told in Utility Commission testimony from experts that we can reach this goal without touching 1 square inch of rural land. John Rees, a retired energy infrastructure engineer who designed plans for coal and gas-fired plants, testified before the Utility Commission that Duke Energy can use solar rooftop applications to meet their 2030 deadline that they refuse to meet for carbon emissions reduction. Dr. Steve Jurevich, a rocket scientist from the Apollo missions, and now a published climate scientist, presented testimony on the feasibility of solar, renewables to meet the carbon energy by 2030. Other scientific agencies concurred with their testimony. Hear me, I am for solar. We need solar because we're about 55 years from exhausting the currently known oil and gas supply in the ground, and somewhere less than 100 years from the potentialities with much innovation. I'm for solar in the right places, rooftops, parking lots, roadsides, and but not rural landscapes. Do you know there is a solar project under construction nearby with a solar field that allows for the continued grazing of animals on that site below the solar? Has Duke Energy proposed to you or to Mr. Thorpe a system that clears land to collect solar and also allows for stock grazing at the same time? Imagine if Mr. Thorpe could then lease his land or move his cattle operation here. That would be the intent and letter of the law. So let me recap. This project does not qualify under the zoning for agriculture enterprise support based on information from the industry, and it doesn't benefit farmers here. Any approval could set a dangerous precedent. There is a better way with rooftop and roadside solar that doesn't have to be located next to a long-distance transmission system. Imagine what could happen in Granville County's economy if rooftop, parking lot, and roadside solar reduced our costs and that money went back into our businesses. Farmland, agriculture, and this rural lifestyle that we love is our seed corn, the security for our future. Don't sell our legacy for $121,000 a year. Once the seed corn's gone, once the land is restricted for 35 years, no money can buy back the heritage that we've lost, the lifestyle that we've given away. I thank you for carefully listening and considering these factors, not for the good of just this moment, but for generations to come who will benefit from your faithful action. Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is James Daniel, and I live in Butner, but I own land on Satterwhite Road, adjacent to Thorpe's land and behind me. I'm gonna give you something to chew on to start with. I don't know if any of y'all remember me asking you in October, had any of y'all spoke to anybody from Duke Energy, the solar companies, or the Thorpes? I feel pretty sure the county manager or the county lawyer remembers it. In October, they cut the power line on my property. For 30 years, I've owned that land. They've never proceeded off the boundaries. They widened it by 60 feet. I've already had the timber measured. I lost $15,000. They went in there right away, but the trees were on my land that I pay taxes for. Duke Energy don't own my land. I do. I pay the taxes on it. $15,000 worth of timber was taken off my land. I asked them, would I be compensated for it? No, Mr. Daniel, that's in our right of way. But I paid the taxes and it's on my land. They gave me 5 weeks, less than 5 weeks, to get a timber company in there. You can't call a timber company like you do a plumber or electrician, expect them to be there the next day. They said, we'll be there in 3 to 6 months, Mr. Daniel, we'll be glad to cut it off. 5 weeks later, they cut the power line and took the timber off my land, enough to pay for 5 years the taxes on that land. I'm gonna tell you, just like my first sergeant told me in the Army, my heart bleeds pink peanut butter for you. I don't know if anybody's ever heard that saying before, but they can tell you one thing, just like they did the coal ash that spread it and disrupted so many acres of land down there. They paid a big fine and then everybody was quiet about it. They can tell you this, they can tell you that. I'm against any type of solar field in Granville County, period. not only does it destroy thousands of trees and hundreds of acres of vegetation in our county that we pay taxes on. In less than 5 years, that land will be dead. If you don't believe me, go online and look at it. Look at Needville, Texas. Look at some of the places down east. They can paint a pretty picture for you all day long, but when the facts come out, you'll know about it. One place in Needville, Texas, it was there for 20, they've had solar fields on that 10,000 acres for 20 years. They deemed it no longer necessary. They cut the poles off in the ground, been gone for 3 years, and it won't grow a blade of grass. I've seen grass grow through cement with a little bit of dirt in it cracked. The dirt is dead. It also destroys the property value. These people gonna come back after they put that solar field up and offer me what my land and my timber's worth? Absolutely not. I reckon that's why that solar company that I've got another letter this past week from that offered me $40,000 less than what's on the tax books. $40,000. They figured I'd sell it because they feel like it's gonna go up there. When I talked to the timber manager in October, when they were cutting my land, he said, now I gotta get the map right. Oh, that's right, your land borders the Thorpe land. I said, that's right. Well, he said that's where the solar field's gonna go. Now, how did he know that? He just couldn't timber for Duke Power. Why would he know that the solar field was supposed to go up there? And they're gonna widen it 60 more feet. And that's why I asked the question that night when I came here in October. I had a timber and land manager to come in my store last week. That this week we'll be there 42 years. December 1983. We were talking, I said, well, what kind of job are you doing? He said, I'm over here surveying some of the land and talking to the city council and button about land management and stuff. He said, oh, by the way, how's it going up in northern Granville with the solar fields? I said, I hope it's not going at all. He said, Mr. Daniel, and I'm not gonna give you his name because I want him to be able to keep his job after 40 years with enough diplomas and certificates to fill that whole wall up right there behind you. He said, I'm right with you, Mr. Daniel. He said, we're losing thousands of acres of land a year to solar fields, mega subdivisions, and building. He said, before long, North Carolina's gonna be just like the rest of these places. When you hear about air quality and you see 2s and 3s and 4s instead of 1s, he said, it's not smog, it's pollution. They don't have any trees to absorb it. Trees absorb carbon, tons of it every year, and vegetation. When you breathe in extra. When you breathe out carbon. You cut out all the, they want to know why in these big cities that you see so many people walking around with oxygen masks because the air is dirty. Do y'all want Granville County to be like that? I don't. He said, this person said, I hope Granville County will have enough common sense not to okay these massive solar fields. He said, because if they okay one, they're gonna want another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Another thing, they didn't mention the wetlands. They had it on a little sign, but they didn't mention, Fox Creek runs completely through my land, through Dwayne Eddy's land, and all the way through the Thorpe's land. Right there on the county map. You need to look at it. There's no way that they can keep the runoff out of that creek. I don't care if they build a brick wall from my property all the way through his land, it won't keep it out of there. And we use minimal herbicides. You're gonna kill the stuff that's in the creek. I got wild ducks and wild animals living on my property on that creek. Ducks Unlimited says that any entity that's flowing constantly for 365 days a year, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, that ponds up, is considered wetlands. Maybe we need to call Ducks Unlimited and a federal organization, the EPA down here, to check this land and let them say so, whether it's wetlands or not. I'll be glad to do it. I hope Granville County is not a subject of a lawsuit when something happens in Granville County if they approve it. I have yet to speak to anybody on Highway 96. Let me run it down. Highway 96, Davis Brooks Road, Sunset Road, Little Satterwhite Road, and Negotiation Road that wants this solar field in Northern Granville or anywhere else in Granville County. And I've spoken to a whole lot of people. That's all I got tonight, because for what they said a little while ago, it irked me 100%. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Granville County Board of Commissioners. My name is Annette Myers, 6587 Alvis Brooks Road. Thank you for allowing me to make a few brief points this evening without rehashing the points I hope I was successful in making at your November 3rd meeting. I agree wholeheartedly with the Planning Board's recommendation that this request for rezoning be denied because it is inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan's primary goals to preserve the rural character, conserve agricultural resources, and protect environmentally sensitive areas that have been designated as agricultural in Granville County. The North American Industry Classification System, which is NAICS, and you see those initials whenever you're reading classifications in our ordinances and that kind of thing. They include classifications for agricultural and support activities in crop production, animal production, and forestry activities. Solar isn't included in that, and in reality, an installation of this size has no connection with farming or agriculture, no matter how broad you try to stretch the definition. Duke staff, who spoke earlier this evening, is spot on. It is the size that creates the problems. If you quickly scan Section 32-144 of the Granville County Ordinance, you will see such activities as agricultural processing facilities, agricultural support services, boarding stables, wineries, farmers markets, horse shows, kennels. You don't see huge solar farms. You do see solar farms. And that, when I spoke last time, I gave you some background as to how that came to be in addressing small farmers with small farms having perhaps the use of creating small solar areas on their farms and hopefully making some money and not having to sell their farm. I hope it is obvious in my prior comments that this is a commercial endeavor, and even with that, it has no financial plus points for the county. Doing the math with the most positive projection of the applicant leaves the county with depreciating dollars beginning at a little over $100,000 the first year, which is projected to be 2030, and diminishing through the years. Compare that to what agriculture brings into the county. I went back to review materials that were provided at the October 28 Cooperative Extension's Keeping the Family Farm program that was held at this very facility. It was well attended, and there is interest in this county in saving the family farm as a viable agricultural endeavor. Those materials provided the information that in the 2025 data, there were over 32,000 acres of cropland in the county of beans, wheat, corn, and tobacco. That does not include land for hay and pasture land for animal production. North Carolina and NCA&T provided these figures, and it's based on the information that they have worked daily in educating and supporting our farmers. I was encouraged to see a recent report that you, as commissioners, have reached out to local farmers seeking input on how to work together to support farming efforts in this county. I strongly urge you to pursue actions to gain input from farmers on how the county can assist them in ways to keep their cropland at peak production while keeping the environment clean and healthy. I also strongly urge that this county work with the applicant, Duke Energy, to institute solar energy production methods within this county that utilize current structures and land for dual purposes. You heard Mr. Sexton speak to this, such as the medians of multi-lane highways, rooftops, and huge swaths of pavement-covered surfaces. Thank you for your serious consideration of your decision this evening, and as I stated on November 3, gentlemen, it is the size that removes anything agricultural and makes it a commercial endeavor. A denial of this request will send a message to other contemplated future solar installation and data centers construction that Granville County farmland is not available for such use. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
My name's Harvey Spur. I live at 4185 Tommy Sneed Road. I spoke last time at the meeting, and I don't plan to repeat what I said, but I wanted to add a few comments. My background is being a plant pathologist. As such, I was the director of the Oxford Tobacco Research Station for a time. I was a professor emeritus, or I guess I am a professor emeritus from NC State University, and I served on your environmental committee for many, many years and still am a member. With all of that background, my family wonders why I'm so stupid, and you can do the same. Looking at this issue, I remember, because of my age, Wake County in 1960, and driving through there, what a beautiful place. I don't go to Wake County anymore because I can't stand the traffic, and I understand Wake County wants to send half their population to Granville County, and most of it's confined to southern Granville, which gets me to northern Granville. Northern Granville, a green gem, and we need to keep it a green gem. Like I said, look at Wake County. What they have now it's not possible for them to ever go back and reclaim what they had. They have to live with what they have now. And I don't think most of us would want to live there. Personally, of course, I've been in Granville County since '68, farming and the cattle business. So I think I have a pretty good idea about farming. And I've known Henry Thorpe most of those years. Norman Thorpe's a good friend of mine. He was my attorney until he stopped being an attorney. And so I want to mention a little bit about that. But before I do that, I want to mention something about Duke Energy. Great presentation tonight. Wore me out. But look at it this way. They've been building solar farms, and so they've gotten better at it. But if you want to see a little bit about what it is, you might go to NC Warren, W-A-R-N website, and you'll get another view of Duke Energy and solar farming, which isn't very complimentary. And I don't want to get into all that. But I would say there's an opportunity that what we're proposing here in a solar farm could be obsolete before it's built, because there's a lot of energy going into nuclear fusion on a small scale as well as a large scale. Duke's heavily involved in that, and I'm sure as soon as they get it worked out, they'll go that way because it's much more efficient. And then all these solar farms will become obsolete. So that is what it is. That's my prediction. And you'll find that others are thinking the same way. Just like the AI barns being built with NVIDIA 4000 chips are likely to become obsolete because they have a new wafer chip that has trillions of circuits on an 8x11 sheet. And once that's perfected, you won't need all those big barns with obsolete silicon chips, and you'll need much less electricity to do this sort of thing. But what I wanted to mention now about Henry Thorpe and the Thorpe family is that they started farming when farming got pretty good, because the Oxford Tobacco Research Station was in operation. It produced disease-resistant varieties for all the major diseases, hornworm and budworm control, sucker control, bulk curing, helped develop irrigation and fertilizer, and that made it possible to make a crop. In 1940, half the farmers had left because of all the problems they had in Granville County. Well, now we're able to produce a crop, and in addition to that, we have things coming along like stabilization. So if you got too much tobacco and can't sell it, the government buys it and you get your price. Then later on, we worked for 4 years on blue mold disease and worked with the Chinese, and we got the Chinese then to agree to buy our tobacco. So now they're currently buying 20% of the crop that's produced. That really helps, and it keeps the price up. So what I'm saying is, instead of leaving the farm and going somewhere, staying on the farm and raising tobacco was profitable, and an intelligent person like Henry Thorpe, who worked from dawn to sunset most of his life, and is really hard-working person. If you don't know him, you're missing something. Anyway, he prospered. Got a lot of land, right? So now you say, well, he's got this land, and Norman's got the land, Norman, his son. They should be able to do what they want with their land, maybe. But it's also our county and the neighbors. And I'll give you an example of stewardship that I think is important. I had the opportunity in 1971 to lease my land to Union Carbide Corporation along with a couple of my neighbors so they could develop a metal mining farm, metal mines. And we would have had over 1,000 acres total into mining metals, and that would have been a big mess where it would have been just south of the interstate, and it would have affected all the neighbors' property, and it would have increased pollution big time, I'm sure. But I would have gotten 5% royalty on what was coming out of the mines, and gee whiz, I'd have so much money I wouldn't know what to do with in today's prices. But we all thought, me and my adjacent neighbors thought better of the land and what was possible, and we declined. And now that land is still beautiful, it's still productive, and it's still enjoyable by all of our citizens. And like I said, if it had gone to a mine, it would be gone. And so, Norman, I understand your position to want to make some money maybe, but there's also the other position of preserving our county and what we have. Because when it's gone, it's gone. And so, and one other thing I might mention as far as the cattle business, we started the Granville County Cattlemen's Association in 1971 and provided a market for farmers in addition to tobacco. And we had the livestock arena, and this building we're in was one of the results. It was a marketing center for some time. and provide income for Granville County farmers. But you got to remember, farmers are wonderful and they're independent, but they don't do it by themselves. Government is big in farming, and I hate it because I always wanted to be independent. But I've been part of government all my life, and you're part of government, and you're faced with a hard decision now. And so, in closing, I just want to remind you that your planning board spent 1.5 years discussing this issue. And finally, it came to a vote, which they said was 4-1, could have been 5-1. I know why the other guy reclused himself. Anyway, I think you should respect what the planning board did. They worked diligently to arrive at that decision. And again, I want to tell you that I hope you'll vote in favor of keeping northern Granville the green gem that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for our attorney.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to recess for 5 minutes?
Of course.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, please come forward and be prepared. We're gonna, cause a brief 5-minute recess here, and when we start back, you'll be up next. Thank you. And we'll get ready to get started in just a couple of minutes. Okay, everybody ready down here? Everybody ready over here? All right. I'm going to call this hearing back in session. And we're ready for our next speaker to speak in opposition.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition of the coming solar installations to our county. Thank you to Norton Thorpe because he's had, a good history of supporting conservation activities. That's very important to me.
Ma'am, would you please state your name for the
I
record?
did. I thought I
I'm
did.
sorry.
Let me redo that. My name is Virginia Clay, and my address is 125 Main Street in Oxford. And I wanted to speak in opposition to the solar installations coming to Granville County, not only this one, but others that we're aware of. I was thanking Norman Thorpe and his family for their support of conservation activities because if you keep it really simple, that's where my heart is. There are things like this that probably will lose their lives. This is an eastern box turtle, and I'm not sure they're going to make it out of a site prep. They take 10 or 20 years to become full grown. We also have ornate box turtles, and these are books from West Virginia of salamanders and frogs, but they're similar here. And these are part of the environmental impact. But while they may not seem important from a business perspective, I'll tell you that to my heart, these things are important. When we put fences up, ultimately there are going to be some mammals that are harmed by the fences. Some deer are going to run into the fence because they don't know it's there. And they will, some of them, a few any, will perish. I saw one with their leg stuck in barbed wire that perished about 10 days ago. So there's no way to escape all of the environmental impact. I have a question about the data that was presented tonight, the financial data. And I have this question because the financial data looked different than what we heard last time. Last time we showed an $85,000 a year approximate earnings, or not earnings, but money that comes to the county annually. And I thought that they said the larger number would be the number we would use if Duke won their request for a proposal and then installed the one request for a proposal battery storage. Am I correct? You provided two numbers during the last session. I came here a month ago. There were two scenarios. There was a scenario that showed $85,000 a year that did not include the battery storage. And then you included a second scenario that said this will be the higher number we receive if the battery storage RFP is won by Duke Energy and then it is installed. Please clarify this for us tonight.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think at the appropriate time, you can ask the applicant to clarify that information, but I don't know that anyone up here needs to answer that question.
Okay, so we can have the applicant clarify that now. Would that be okay?
It would have to be after the people speaking against it finished.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Those two numbers are quite different. Also, one of the numbers, the $3 million number, we have either of these numbers, the $3 million number approximately, which was the total amount of revenue that the county would receive over the 35 years, or the higher number around $4.2 million. Either of those numbers, if we discount it for inflation, becomes a quite smaller number when we have to wait to receive those payments under 35 years. No publicly traded business makes decisions based on numbers totaled like that without discounting those for different levels of inflation or cost of capital. So I wish that somebody would have been kind enough to show us that so we know what we're really getting. I'm not sure that Granville County is getting enough out of this installation proposed. Thank you to Duke Energy for its employees that are diligent. We see that you're working very hard to deliver an acceptable plan. But also please respect us by working with the numbers the same way you would for your publicly traded company. I see this current decision that we are trying to make as a county through our Board of Commissioners as a strategic industrial decision for the future. I did speak with Mr. Baker, the county manager, about this legislative hearing, and he, I believe, explained to me that each one of these solar farms could be held could be decided in a legislative hearing like this one. But the truth of the matter is that once we do something one time, it's just easy to keep doing it. Rinse and repeat. I have other questions because for me, it's hard to trust big business. And you will not like this question, but I think that somebody needs to mention it because this kind of thing has been repeated in other municipalities. And this thing is developers of solar installations coming into municipalities and asking elected officials and employees to sign non-disclosure agreements so they could push along their plans with as little public interference as possible. I hope that did not happen here, but I think I deserve, and our citizens deserve to know, yes, this has been happening, or no, it hasn't. There are plenty of articles on the internet about this, and I ask you not to be insulted. It's simply a business point because we want to know that our employees and elected officials are dedicated to our citizens first. I came to the November commissioners meeting because I had received notice of Barn Patch Solar installation and was invited to an Oak Hill meeting about that. And when I heard this solar farm, or installation I prefer to say, is going first, I thought, wow, this is paving the way for more and bigger. And I seriously doubt, since that land is not adjacent to any prior conserved land for conservation purposes, that those newer or come behind installations will not have the same high standard of conservation that the Thorpe family is efforting. I don't think that Duke Power needs Granville County. As somebody has already mentioned, we have nuclear, and people have provided other statistics about this. When I come home to Granville County from Wake County, what I want is peace, and we are quickly losing that in our county. We lose trees, it increases road noise from the interstates and other large highways. And people will leave when they don't like the life that we've had here in the past. This is big money, and I question whether our county management and our commissioners, out of all due respect, do you know enough about these revenue sharing deals to make sure that we are not leaving money on the table? My guess, the answer is no, from different things that I have listened to and observed. There are entities right now, CFS, Chartered Financial Analyst Institute, sells accreditations to financial analysts that are already thoroughly trained, like CPAs, to help structure infrastructure deals like solar installations. And I would ask my commissioners to make sure that we identify an independent party who can give you a rundown of the particulars and nuances that would allow us, should we proceed, to obtain more financial benefit from a project like this. I want to take a detour and talk about site prep. And I just wonder how many people in this room went and looked at the Dominion, or now Enbridge, gas storage site prep as it was happening. Now granted, I expect this site prep maybe will be more gentle. But I went and I looked. Did you look? They burned massive amounts of timber and rubbish. The cloud in the sky during a low rain period was immense and gray. And as a past healthcare professional, I can tell you there were people in the ER for asthma from that particulate. I haven't heard anything detailed about the site plan, or if it is approved, I mean, because I'm not in this line of work, but what I did see when I visited that site was that the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality approved the site prep. So they approved this very barbaric, in my opinion, treatment of the earth. I just want to say, if you were to get a copy of the Mecklenburg Sun, which is the Mecklenburg County, Virginia newspaper, and get a copy of the Wednesday, September 17th, 2025 issue, this article, Dominion revises and enriches plan for Chase City Solar Project. Now, this is a project that's different because in this case, the county is the landowner. But the money, of course, is also different. The size of the project is similar. It's 493 acres. It talks about new jobs and revenue. And what do you think the long-term number of jobs is gotten from this after site completion is fixed? Well, let me read you how they describe that. Once operational, Finleywood Solar would provide 5 direct, indirect, and induced jobs. 5. I want to point out some other things. Again, this is a different project because in this case, not the Thorpe family, but the county in this case is the landowner. There are 2 payments that are made up front in this deal. $800,000 to Chase City and $2.7 million in one-time capital to the county. Now, you might not be able to get that much, but when you talk about firemen needing to be trained and potentially having to pay overtime, no escrow money set aside in case one of these mini solar farms that are on the way, should we approve the Thorpe project, we are not being very smart by not escrowing funds or extracting some funds in additional upfront. Excluding these upfront payments, the county, only one of at least 2 parties in the revenue share, is going to be receiving about $7.5 million of revenue share payments over 30 to 35 years. They are only one of 2 entities at least that are in that deal. I think maybe solar has a place, but if it does, I also think we need to take a closer look. That concludes most of what I want to say. I want to thank you for the quality of life that I live in Granville County. I will tell you that my best friend is nature. I am an outdoors woman. I spent 5 hours outdoors yesterday in tranquility. I truly do not want to change this about our county. Thank you, gentlemen and lady.
And thank you. And, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? So now I take it that all speakers have spoken. Everybody's had a chance to say their piece. Does the board have any questions? I would suspect that we should have some.
I do.
Yes.
The proposed site is the square mile, half of a square mile, is that correct?
The proposed site is, we can pull up our project,
340 acres,
340 acres.
which is about a half of a square mile, correct?
Yep, so it comes up just under 0.1% of the property in Granville County.
And what I heard tonight from one of the testimony was that there is thought of further co-ops to occur,
We are not looking at further projects, no.
but would these projects not latch on to Duke Power transmission lines?
If you had a third-party vendor seek approval for a project, they would then need to go through the RFP proposal with Duke Energy and could or could not be accepted.
I was going off what Mr. Thorpe said in regards to additional sites.
We are not looking at any additional sites.
Have you
in
been
Granville.
approached regarding additional sites?
We have not been approached.
Do you have
about-
knowledge of additional sites?
I have heard from some of the commissioners that they have talked with third-party vendors. I had a third-party vendor reach out to me. I did not reach back out to them because I work for Duke Energy and not for the third-party vendors.
Understand. So to your knowledge, there's no additional, I call them co-ops because they're actually opting into Duke Power transmission lines. Is that the correct terminology?
I don't think they would be a co-op and you might have more information.
Yeah, I think the correct term is an independent third-party power producer, a facility that's not owned and operated by Duke Energy.
The co-ops in this area, Piedmont Electric does cover some of Granville County. That's a co-op membership board for electric use.
Can I speak to the gentleman that did the property value? Mr. Kirkland, is that correct?
Yes.
How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Good. So in North Carolina, site comparisons, have you done similar site comparisons for cost in North Carolina?
I'm not sure I follow what the question is.
The size?
As far as the size, we've looked at projects in North Carolina.
Granville County, we have 8 solar sites, the largest one being 60 acres. And so that's why I'm asking.
We've looked at other similar sized projects in North Carolina. I'm looking, we've got McBride Place is in, let's see, that's, where'd it go? That's near Midland, sort of a rural area near Charlotte. We've got, we've looked at a lot of other
Is
ones.
Monroe yours?
Again, I'm an appraiser. I don't own any of these.
So my question is have you done compatible comparisons within North Carolina, within Duke Power sites?
Again, I'm not sure. I think let's see. I don't know which of these are specifically owned by third parties versus Duke. I don't have that labeled separately in these files. I have it.
Because what Duke Power has provided us tonight is really a plan that provides a lot of things that you're probably not going to get with some other sites.
And so that's why I'm wondering how you can make that, the appraisal that you made that are consistent of no negativity in regards to property, and if you're not comparing apples to apples.
The projects that what they're offering is greater setbacks and greater landscaping screens. So again, if we're finding no impacts at 100 feet, then we're certainly not going to find impacts if we find a distance of 700 feet. So that's how we can do that.
Well, how do you correlate that to, so per Mr. Thorpe's comments, that we're going to have not just this location, but likely others to tag along? So what impact to the much larger, so this is a half of a square mile. So what impact would a square mile or a mile and a half of square mile of solar farm have on property value?
Again, we've looked at projects. The largest project we looked at is 1,000 megawatts. I don't remember how many acres that was, but that's down in Georgia. The largest project we've looked at where we have sales data around it is in Virginia. That's the Spotsylvania project. That's over 600 megawatts. So that would be that's more than 4 times the size of this one. So I assume it would be somewhere in that size range you're talking about.
Right, but what I'm looking for though is if you're going to make, an appraiser going to make it, you're going to look at that rural location in comparison to what else is around that rural location. And
Right.
so I want to know that you're making comparison in regards to a similar piece of property. Like we have a lot of neighborhoods in Granville County where you can go from one neighborhood to the next, and based on that neighborhood, the values are different. And
Right.
so that's what I'm looking for, is that how can we come up and say conclusively that there won't be a negative impact? We can say there likely won't be, but I don't know that you can say there won't be.
I can say that my professional opinion, there's no reasonable basis for that. I can't predict the future. I can't say if you deny this and you don't build it, that there won't be a negative impact from that. I can tell you that there's no reason to expect that. And I can tell you there's no reason to expect that, and I can give you countless examples. Again, we have multiple projects that are in the report. If you look at page 82, you can see a breakdown of how many of these projects in North Carolina are in the 75 to 80 megawatt range. We compare those homes that are near that. We look at those that are next to it. We compare those to similar homes in that area. So again, we also have looked at the demographics of those projects, and you can see that on page 80. You can see where we've looked at the demographics around these projects, what it looks like for median incomes, the mix of adjoining uses, how close adjoining houses typically are, and how many acres are involved. So you can see that we've looked at a lot of different ramifications and different ways of looking at this to get that there. But again, regardless of these areas, whether we look in areas where there's higher population density, where we look and there's lower population density, we're not finding any trend for this. And again, we've worked in a lot of other states. If you want to see what we have nationally,
I'm more concerned about North Carolina because North Carolina is the 3rd fastest growing state in the country. So I'm more concerned about what things would look like. I respect your
cited that on
opinions.
page 82. You can see that those are all North Carolina, and those are all in there. I'm just saying we have additional supporting data that shows demographics that are very consistent and similar to North Carolina's data. And so this is not just a local phenomenon. We see the same thing in Virginia, which is not far from here. We see the same thing in a wide variety of other states.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I understand that you're concerned about a domino effect. That's what I'm hearing. And as I mentioned in the previous meeting, we have set the standard high with this project, and you just said the same. We have setbacks that go above and beyond your ordinance. We have the wildlife corridors. We have the fencing. We also have the Thorpe family that donated 1,000 acres of conservation land near the project. So as future projects do come to your attention, as a board, you can look at the standard that was set for this project and make decisions going forward that benefit the county according to the standard that you've chosen to look at for this. So I hope that helps give you some relief that you don't have to approve anything that comes in front of you. We know we've set a high standard. That was our intention.
Well,
I
I'm
don't live
concerned
that far
about
from this
approving
property.
something that culturally is going to change an entire community. That's my concern, that this has not happened here and not happened on this scale. 8 solar farms, 60 acres being the highest, that's my concern. So I wanted to talk a little bit about sound, if I may.
Commissioner may I ask a question that's related to what you're saying? Ms. Townsend?
Yes.
Explain to me, because I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, if you have other third-party companies, Cypress, and there's some others out there, that come in and
Yes.
they say, we want to put up a solar farm, what is the process? And they gonna sell it, the plan is to sell it to Duke, is that correct? How does that work?
That is their hope,
Okay.
yes. Mhm.
So you guys would say, okay, how many acres have you got, how many megawatts, and then you arrange a price that you purchase the current, is that, I just want to understand how it works. Because there are others out there.
Yes, and I'll let Justin address how it goes after you all were to approve it. We would not touch it
Right.
until the county looks at it and decides it's the appropriate project for the county. And then Justin can address how it works.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we run a competitive procurement process across North and South Carolina throughout our service territories, where third-party developers can bid into their projects, either underneath that, I own it, I being the developer, they own it and they sell us the power and we buy it underneath a long-term contract. We call it a purchase power agreement. Or they can also propose to sell us the project, where they develop it, they do all the land investigation, get it permitted, and then turn it over to us. We then build, own, and operate it. So it goes through a competitive sourcing process. They go head to head. It's 50% based on price. They determine their price. They say, I'll sell it to you for the power for $50 a megawatt hour or $60, right? They determine the price. And then so I'm sorry, it's 50% based on price, 50% on non-price, so the quality of the project. Have they done all their site investigation? Do they have their permit? How buildable is the land? What plans are in place? So it's
How often does that happen?
We've done it for the last 4 years now. Starting in 2022 was the first year. We're just getting ready to kick off the process for next year's process. Once a year. Yeah.
How often have we taken third-party?
Yes. Thank you.
So
Thank you, Ms.
we've done this competitive process in 2022, 2023, 2024. We're going through the 2025. We're in the initial planning process for next year. So we've done it annually for the last handful of years.
Do you ever turn any down?
Yes. We get hundreds of projects bid in, and only a select. It's based on capacity. We're targeting 1,000 megawatts per year, for example.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I got a question about sound. The batteries, no sound.
They do make sound.
What's their decibel level?
The average of the equipment at the source came out to be, I was going to reference that table.
Equivalent to the.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Yeah,
your,
the solar inverters and the battery inverters, roughly 85 to 95 decibels, which is that a little less than the power lawnmower.
that's for one.
That's a good question.
They're all centrally located. The batteries are all centrally
Yeah,
located.
so they're all centrally located. So the sound generated by one battery would be the same for 20.
Equivalent if you're right next to it, correct.
But what about being away from it?
It gets lower as the further you go
Okay,
away.
so doesn't matter if you had 1 or 20, it's still going to emit the same dBs 50, 60, 70, 80 feet away.
Generally.
The plume from the fires. So I don't want to misinterpret anything. Let it burn. All smoke is toxic. It will burn out. 7 hours.
I've seen them as quick as an hour and a half, and I've seen them at 12 hours. It depends upon the construction and the type of battery.
The wind blowing that day, how far is that plume going to carry? Depending on, of course, the wind, the amount of wind, and so forth. But how much of a plume do you actually have from these?
So that's a great question, and it's one we argue quite a bit in the code. How do we approach that? Because, as you said, the wind could be different today than it was yesterday. It could be a container in the back, could be a container in the front. Generally, we evaluate, we give multiple access points, traditionally upwind, and then we make that evaluation based on prevailing winds and conditions, and then look at what that might be to feed the first responders. But it's ultimately up to that incident commander when he comes out there to make that assessment on site.
Would it be fair for a resident to make this comment? That batteries are gonna burn. It may happen occasionally. And when it does, it's gonna set a plume. And when it set a plume, it's gonna be dictated based on wind direction and speed. And it may pass well off that site.
And most of the time, what we look at is dispersion, what we call fate and transport. What's the fate of that chemical as it comes off? Is it burning? Is it reacting with metals? What is the transport mechanism? Is it going up? Is it dispersing across the, that end? As we mentioned a little earlier, the constituents don't present much different than a house fire. What I would define a little bit more is, okay, a battery unit itself is maybe 10,000 pounds. It maybe burns 40 to 50% because most of it's metal. A house is 300,000 pounds, and it's going to consume itself almost completely. You have things like couches, foams, chemicals. There's some, God knows what people keep in their garages, but there's all sorts of weird stuff that can come off that house fire. But in general, a fire department's PPE, protective equipment, is going to protect them from either side of it.
So what about the neighbors to the facility? So house fire may burn for a few hours, 3 or 4. That could be off a little bit there, but let's just say at the very most, 3 or 4 hours that house fire is burning, and it's going to consume, and it's going to be on the ground, and you might have some salvage and overhaul that brings some additional smoke, but not substantial that you would in the initial incipient phase of the fire or within a period of time of the firefighting operations. So that's the 7 hours is concerning to me because we've had constituents actually discuss with us here their concern for their own health based upon that. So how do you mitigate that in regards to understanding that it's burning hot, understanding that will resolve some of the toxicity? So how do you resolve that length of time?
So what we do look at is when we do a large-scale fire test, we actually evaluate the chemicals coming off of it. That's why we recommend 4-point analyzers for the fire department to read the perimeter downwind. What are we seeing come off of it? So far, all the real-world events have not shown actionable levels of toxics at property lines from battery fires.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just got one other question, let it go here. I think recently the North Carolina legislature enacted legislation that actually set back the carbon emissions goal to 2050, which means that it's not 2030, it's 2050 now, and that meaning that a number of tax incentives could go away. How does that impact Duke Power's future plans beyond this, or maybe into some of the other projects that may come to Granville or be asked to come to Granville?
So the 2050 plan stands. It had been 0 emissions at 2050. The 2035 was 75% emissions, and that's what the legislature has removed at this point. We do not know what will happen with tax abatement bills that are present, as we heard one of the members of the community say. I cannot say what will happen to that. We can't predict the future. Justin may have a little more information to give, but overall, that 2050 year was set for 0 emissions and has standed for.
So based on that and the SMRs, the nuclear small modular reactors, how is that playing out in the long-term plan, and how does that affect us when we look at potential of having a corridor of solar farms?
Yeah, so Duke Energy is a regulated, vertically integrated, regulated utility. We're regulated by the North Carolina Utilities Commission. They oversee the needs of the state's energy requirements. And so how much power does the state need to consume or is planning to consume? And then what's the energy mix to meet that? The North Carolina Utilities Commission is charged with developing the reliable least cost plan to meet those needs. We just filed the latest version of those plans in October and are going through that evidentiary process with the North Carolina Utilities Commission. Even the plan that we just filed, which accounted for the change in federal tax laws, is still calling for significant growth in utility scale solar in order to meet the growing energy needs. I think we didn't really touch on it this time, but last time I think we looked at, if we look at the North Carolina's load growth, the Duke Energy's load growth in North Carolina over the last 15 years, compared to what's projected in the forward-looking 15 years, it's an 8 times increase in the amount of energy consumption from North Carolina businesses and consumers, which is going to require a lot of new generation, while at the same time we're trying to retire coal. I think we still have like 6 gigawatts of coal. So solar is still a part of that plan to reliably, cost-effectively meet North Carolina customers' needs, and that is governed by the North Carolina Utilities Commission.
How much of this energy stays in Granville? And I think Duke Power's in both, you can correct me, I'm not certain, this one I don't know for sure, within North and South Carolina, am I correct? How much of that energy is sold outside of those states?
So yeah, Duke Energy operates a dual state system between North Carolina and South Carolina, integrated system. So power plants in either state serve the collective balancing authority. We treat that. We can't direct where electrons are going to go, but physics will say they go to the closest energy need. So we can safely say these electrons are going to be consumed by North Carolina residences, and predominantly those in Granville County. I think we also mentioned the number of residential customers we have in Granville County. You mentioned co-ops, which we think of the local electrical rural co-ops. They typically do not own generation. They'll own the distribution lines. They don't own transmission systems. They rely, because it's very capital intensive to build the gas plants, the nuclear facilities. So a big Fortune 100 utility company is better suited to doing that. So they'll buy their power from Duke Energy. So the energy that we produce at this facility could also be used by the co-op customers as well.
Any of these proposed large projects for Durham County or Wake County?
Can't speak to those counties. We're not developing projects in those counties. We're here talking about the one in Granville.
Right, 65,000 compared to hundreds and hundreds of thousands, and that's why I'm wondering why nothing in northern Durham.
The 65,000, 100,000, what are we talking about again?
1,000 population in Granville, with a pretty significant potential here of size of a solar farm, along with additionals to come potentially. And then we're not looking at anything in northern Durham, which is, again, pretty pristine.
So the question is, why aren't we siting solar facilities in Durham?
I feel Granville County's bearing a burden here. That's what I feel. I feel like Granville County is producing energy, and then why do we have some more populated areas not bearing any of that burden as well? When we understand that we want to reduce carbon, correct, and we want to generate more energy. We all like energy, but I'm just concerned that we're potentially taking on a lot for Granville.
I can speak to that a little bit. I think some of it is due to just the kind of proportion of development, right? More populated areas, you don't have as much developable land. You're not going to go rip down where people live to put up a solar farm. You cannot put a 400-acre solar farm in the middle of Charlotte. We look for those 3 things that I mentioned earlier. Existing transmission lines to reduce cost and complexity for tying into the grid, because it can get really expensive really quickly. Millions of dollars per mile of cable the farther away from the transmission lines you get. Second thing is large acreage. So again, you need that large acreage to move the needle toward those carbon reduction goals. But doing it in 5 megawatt project chunks doesn't get there. There's a lot of effort that goes into all of these projects, and smaller projects don't take a commensurately less amount of effort nor cost. So doing it in bigger chunks makes more sense, and you just don't have the land or constructability purposes or constructability features in larger populated areas. So I think that plays a part in it.
Thank you for all your information tonight. One question that came up during the presentations by citizens was the identification of wetlands on the property. And I just wanted to just ask if you had identified, and if so, do they cause any concern?
So we did. I'll just quickly pan back to that map. So the majority of wetlands, in general, we cannot develop in wetlands, and there are standard 50-foot buffers away from wetlands. Sorry, I'm going to continue going. But we purposefully included the wetlands in the site as the wildlife corridors to stay away from them. So in every site I'll keep talking. In every site we due diligence on, we get an environmental consultant out here to do a wetland study, wetland delineation. They go out, boots on the ground, do their measurements. They're the environmentalists. We submit that data to the Army Corps of Engineers, who is the final say on what is and what is not a wetland. And we actually just received our wetland PJD concurrence back from the Army Corps that matches this description. So the wetland report we submitted shows wetlands where we're not developing within the site. So all like the wildlife corridors in tan, and then that one a little further to the east, it's kind of like a diagonal on the east, and then the one kind of in the middle, those are the wetland features we're staying away from, and the Army Corps of Engineers concurred with the wetland report we had produced.
So we've identified them, we've delineated
And
them.
stayed away from them.
We avoid them, we provide a buffer to them, they're protected by DEQ stormwater rules.
Similarly, Tar River and Fox Creek on the southwest of the site are fully stayed away from and not developed in.
Okay.
So they have been delineated, and we're not developing in those areas. And that's included in the acreage that is considered undisturbed.
Thank you.
So the acreage I'm sorry. So the acreage that you're gonna develop, how much of the acreage that you're gonna build on?
It's about 2/3 of the site. Everywhere that you see solar panels, the battery area, the interconnection substation, the generation substation, where the inverters are. I think I can go into it. Yeah, 330 acres is the developable area. Not all of that area will have equipment on it. So it includes setbacks and buffers in that 330. So the rezoning request is for the full parcel acreage because zoning moves with the parcel boundaries. But the developable area is just south of the transmission line, excluding the areas we're setting aside as open space, including the wetlands.
Okay, including wetlands.
Yeah.
My next question. At this site, when it's built on, can't be, say, 10 years or 20 years down this road, you want to add more to it. You cannot add more to this site, right?
We could agree to that as a condition of this hearing. Right now, this is a self-contained project. We have no plans to add to it. The rezoning that you approve, if you approve it, would cap us at this rezone. So no additional property could be added on.
We would need to seek an amendment to the site plan to expand the footprint.
Which is within your discretion. So what we're seeking is this specific project, the 487 acres, to move into the ASE-CZ district. No other acreage could be added to this without first going through this whole process all over again.
The solar facility is designed for a 35-year life. So typically, that's what we're designing it to from an engineering standard. And so the intent is to operate it as is for 35 years. There'll be some maintenance required and replacing of minor equipment. But generally, you want to let it produce for 35 years.
Next thing I want a question on that. If you start this program and it die on the vine, will y'all clean it up?
Correct, yeah, so again, and being the regulated utility, it'll take us 35 years to recoup our capital investment from customers through the governing process with the North Carolina Utilities Commission. So we're motivated to operate it safely and responsibly for 35 years. And then again, pursuant to county ordinance, state law, and then the lease agreement, whenever we stop producing power, we are obligated to decommission the facility and remove it. Whether that's 6 months, 5 years, 10 years, 35 years, 40 years, whenever we stop producing power, we are legally obligated to remove it.
And that's our current lease agreement with the Thorpes. The Granville County Ordinance requires it, and the state of North Carolina also requires it, including the poles in the ground. All of the improvement area would be removed.
Anyone else have questions? I have a couple. Ms. Clay mentioned something about the revenue numbers that are different now than they were in November or at some point earlier.
What we showcased in the graph today showcases the solar and the battery. If the project, we're struggling with this PowerPoint here. If the project is approved, here we go. So you see here, yeah, sorry. So the numbers that you see here are if the solar and the battery project move forward. In our last slide, we showed the difference between current, which is what you'll see on the left-hand side now on that bar chart. On the last bar chart, we had a second one with just solar, and then the third one with the solar and the battery. Our intention is to move forward with the solar and battery if you all approve it today. And so just to be clear, more clear, we wanted to showcase the figures of both of those projects so that it wouldn't be as confusing.
So the earlier numbers that were put out, they were just solar.
That was just solar.
Just solar only, not,
Well, we had all three numbers. We had the current, the solar, and then the solar and battery. So I'm sorry for the confusion on that. This time, we're only showing the current and the solar and battery combined.
yes. Now, have you had reason to, or have you had any employees of Granville County sign a non-disclosure agreement?
No.
Mr. County Manager, have you or any employees signed any type of non-disclosure?
Not to my knowledge. I certainly haven't been given one to sign or signed one. I'm not aware that any other county employees have been given any.
Yeah, and if I can add to that concern, I'm an employee of 18 years for Duke Energy, a majority of that leading solar development. I've had my hand in any development of any Duke Energy-owned solar facility. I have never signed an NDA, tendered an NDA, asked any citizen to sign an NDA to not talk about solar development.
Thank you. Has any commissioner been approached about signing a non-disclosure? Has anyone been approached in any way by Duke Energy?
No, sir.
Okay,
No.
thank you. Just wanted to put those concerns to rest.
Duke Power, I have had conversation with Duke Power regarding the project and regarding questions regarding the project,
Yeah,
but nothing of sort in regards to an NDA.
okay. All right, does anyone else have any questions? Yes.
Are they gonna be charged a fire tax like I am?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Are they gonna be?
Can you come down and speak into the mic, please?
Is this facility gonna be charged a fire tax like I'm paying on all my full properties? You know, a
Yes,
fire tax,
Yeah, all real and personal property is subject to the fire tax.
okay,
okay?
there you
All
go.
right, well, I just want to see the record what they charge them when they start charging them. Cause, how
got to
about a stormwater fee?
All properties are charged stormwater fee.
Okay, all right, just wanna make sure, cause I'm paying about $500 a year on my full properties.
I can't hear you.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, yes.
My name again is Diane Young. With the panels that are there, over the period of years, the first years being that the grass, if there's any grass that grows, which I'm not sure will, but if it does, who's responsible for taking care of bushes and things, you know, out in the wild, out in the field? If you don't mow them, they're gonna grow up. When that happens and something grows, it's gonna move the panels so that they're not level, so it's not gonna generate the energy that it would when it's sitting perfectly level. So who's responsible for doing the grass underneath the, is it the landowner or is it Duke Energy?
It's Duke Energy. We have a group called Regulated Renewable Energy, which is our O&M guys. So they, once the project gets fully constructed, for the 35-year lifespan, we have operation and maintenance folks who come out and mow, do the clippings, do the spot spraying. There's an O&M trailer to monitor the site. So they cut all the bushes, make sure the grass is good.
Yeah, and if I may add, our lease agreement with the landowner obligates that's our responsibility to maintain the vegetation within the area that we lease. The question regarding will even grass grow, I'll just highlight that the Department of Environmental Quality requires you to get permits. Part of those permits require you to establish vegetation before they'll close out those permits. So it is highly governed by the state.
One more question. So if the grass is there and you do clip it or spray it with a herbicide, what's going to keep that herbicide from getting on the panels and decomposing the panels and the silicone that holds it together?
Yeah, so just a quick clarification. The silicon doesn't hold the panels together. I think she's thinking maybe of silicon caulking. Silicon is the primary element that makes up the panel themselves. They're encapsulated and then in an aluminum frame. But to reiterate, we're not just broadcasting herbicide across the solar facility. We're not spray painting the panels with herbicide. We're using it in a spot treatment, much like you do at your home to get weeds in your cracks, your driveway, or the base of your foundation. We're really using it just along the fence line in perimeter of buildings, not underneath the panels.
And the panels themselves are encased in glass and aluminum frames, so there's not silicone caulking to degrade. It's a glass aluminum frame. Silicone inside the panel cell. There's no silicone as like a caulking material on the outside.
I meant inside the cells.
But you couldn't, that could not be reached because of the glass and aluminum frame.
Okay.
They're within.
All right. Does anyone on the board have any further questions? Hearing no questions, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. Now, does the board need further clarification on any point? Okay, hearing no one asking for any further clarification, the planning board, by a 4-1 vote with one member not voting, recommended denial of the rezoning request. Please note that under North Carolina General Statute 160D-605, the board must adopt a consistency and reasonableness statement when taking action on zoning map amendments. The board may adopt the planning board's consistency statement or prepare its own. Regardless of whether the board adopts the planning board's consistency statement or its own statement, the board shall adopt a reasonableness statement as well. What is the pleasure of the board? Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
seemed like everything has been, that our ordinance has stated they have done and everything that they come for us and asked us for, all the questions, there's no noise. Nobody can prove that any, we have getting cancer or anything from these, some kind of sickness from them. And then too, on the horizon, that we got one larger than this is on the way. We need to, I offer motion, whether they get it or not, that we accept this one and hold off until to see how this one works first.
Mr. Chair, I don't think we can do that. I'd have to talk to the council. Can we make exceptions based upon this one?
I'm sorry, can you clarify your question?
Mr. J, is that a motion? Was that a motion, Mr. J?
Yeah.
Mr. J made a motion that this one be accepted and see how this one goes before we deal with another one.
Well, I think what's before you tonight is the action on this particular rezoning request on this particular property with the application the applicants put before you. I think any other applications or rezonings would be measured on their own merits at the appropriate time. So I think what's before you tonight is this application for this rezoning.
Since we can't hold off on this off motion that we accept the application.
We have a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, as I understand the motion, you're making a motion that you vote to approve the rezoning request. Correct. And as a part of that motion, would you like to state whether or not you believe it to be consistent with the comp plan and the reasons for that and why it's in the public interest and reasonable? Because those are a statement we'll have to make in connection with adopting the rezoning. If for that motion to be heard.
For that motion to be heard.
Commissioner Jay, if you look on page 179 of 249,
I'm trying to find it.
there's some language there that may help you.
Okay. Concern raised, and he believes that the solar farm project is consistent to Granville County Comprehensive Plan, compliance with zoning, ordinance, and support that the public interest, highlighting that it is may be preserved natural and in character projects, environmental census area.
So you're reading from the planning board minutes. So Mr. Jay, are you making a motion to approve the rezoning and adopting as part of the consistency statement, the reasons set forth by member Mangum who voted, I'm sorry, Holmes?
Holmes,
By member Holmes?
Yeah.
you're adopting Mr. Holmes's statement of his outlining the consistency with the comprehensive plan. That's part of your motion?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, as part of your motion, why you believe it's reasonable and in the public interest?
Well, I believe, repeat what you said.
Is it for the same reasons that's outlined in Mr. Holmes's explanation in the minutes?
Yeah, I don't believe it's harmful. I believe it's safe, and they have done as much and more than we asked them for, and it's safe, and you won't be able to see it from the road. Only way you'll be able to see it if you go down in it.
Okay. Okay, so I think Mr. Jay's made a motion to approve the rezoning. I'm going to restate it for you, and you tell me if it's accurate.
Okay.
Mr. Jay's made a motion to approve the rezoning and adopt a consistency statement consistent with Mr. Holmes's consistency statement outlined in the planning board minutes, and that it's reasonable in the public interest because the applicant has met the minimum standards under the ordinance or have exceeded them, and that you believe it to be safe for the public. Is that a fair summary of your statement, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay.
We now have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
I'll second so we can get to discussion.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and now we go to discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
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 Nays have it. Motion doesn't carry. So that's, motion fails. So therefore, that ends our business tonight with the rezoning matter.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
there was a motion to approve that was put before the board, which failed.
Yeah.
If there is another motion that a board member would like to make, I think it's appropriate this time. Otherwise, this matter is not concluded.
Okay. Well then,
I make a motion, Mr. Chair.
yes.
I move the Granville County Board of Commissioners to deny the request of Duke Energy Progress LLC to rezone 3 parcels of land comprised of 487 acres located off Satterwhite Road, Agricultural Residential 40 to Agricultural Support Enterprises Conditional Zoning District that the following consistent statement and reasonableness statement be adopted in accordance with North Carolina Statutes 160D-605. The rezoning should be denied because it is inconsistent with Granville County's comprehensive plan in the following ways. The subject property and the surrounding area are designated as rural on the county's future land use map, which are areas devoted to agricultural use, which include forestry, crop production, livestock, rearing, and pasture land. As noted on page 20 of the comprehensive plan, the agriculture and forestry are available to the economy, are valuable to the economy and culture of Granville County, but farmland is disappearing in Granville County with almost 28,000 acres of farmland having been lost in Granville County between 2007 and 2012. The vision portion of the Granville County Comprehensive Plan strives to maintain Granville County's rural character and sense of community while enhancing the quality of life for all citizens by creating vibrant destinations, supporting a healthy economy, and encouraging sustainable growth. 4, Goal 1 of the county comprehensive plan is to protect Granville County's rural atmosphere by conserving agricultural resources and B, protecting sensitive environmental areas. 5, recommendation land use 5 on page 46, the comprehensive plan explicitly states protective agriculture in rural areas and encourage only very low density subdivisions in these areas. 6, The proposed rezoning would remove hundreds of acres of land from forestry and potential crop production, would not maintain the county's rural character, does not conserve agricultural resources, and poses a threat to sensitive environmental areas, species, and wildlife that exist on the subject property and the surrounding area. 7, furthermore, the proposed rezoning and solar farm does not create a sense of community, nor does it enhance the quality of life for all citizens, and does not create a vibrant destination as outlined in the vision portion of the Granville County Comprehensive Plan. In addition to the proposed rezoning inconsistency with County Comprehensive Plan, the rezoning is not reasonable or in the public's interest for, among others, the following reasons. A, the potential for adverse environmental impacts resulting from significant tree removal, additional stormwater runoff, close proximity to existing streams and tributaries, potential to adversely impacting existing species and wildlife. The potential for negative, unknown, or undetermined impacts on surrounding property values or overall quality of life for surrounding property owners and farmers. The loss of significant amount of forestry and agricultural land for a significant period of time, and the sheer size of proposed rezoning for the solar would not be compatible or harmonious with the existing residential and agricultural uses surrounding the subject property and far exceeds the size of any existing solar farm in Granville County.
I second.
Mr. Attorney, is this all in order?
Yeah, I think that's on the record what the motion is and the plan, the reason, assessment of the consistency statement and the reasonableness. So I think it's appropriate for a vote.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, motion carries. And we appreciate it, and this matter is closed. And our next matter is our organizational matters for tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can we just clarify, just make sure we have the vote correct of the ayes and the nays for the record? Okay.
I didn't vote this round, so I guess I count towards the.
Maybe a roll call vote might be good.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear for the record.
All right.
Commissioner J, District 1. Commissioner Williford, District 2.
Nay. Now, we've,
To deny.
yes, to deny.
To deny. Commissioner Griffin, District 3.
Yay.
Commissioner Cozart, District 4.
Yay.
Commissioner May, District 5.
Yay. To deny.
Commissioner Karan, District 6.
Nay.
And Commissioner Chair Gooch, District 7.
Nay.
So is that 4 yays to deny and 3 nays?
Yes. Opposite from the first.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
Okay. All right. Let's see, that only took us almost 3.5 hours just. Okay. Yes, and now we're gonna move on to our organizational matters. And we have I will ask that you take your discussion outside, that we've got more business to conduct here. Okay. All right. Now we move on to our organizational matters. And before turning the floor over to our clerk, I'd just like to say that it's been a pleasure to serve as your chair this past year. I want to thank Commissioner Jay, our vice chair, who has supported me on my right side, and our clerk, Karen Evans, who has supported me on the left side, and they've kept me propped up most of the year, kept me pretty straight. So I want to thank both of y'all and thank the patience of all our commissioners and our staff and our county manager and our county attorney. Thank you all. And with that, I will turn this over to our clerk.
Thank you. At this time, the floor is open for nominations for Chair of the Granville County Board of Commissioners.
I'd like to nominate Zelodius J. for chair.
Second.
We have
I'm writing it down. Are there any other nominations? Okay, we have a nomination for Commissioner Jay. Do we have a motion to close the nomination?
I move to make the motion that we close the nominations.
Second motion.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Williford, seconded by Commissioner Cozart to close the nominations that put forth the name Commissioner Zelodius J. Are there any questions on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to close the nomination carries. Do we have a motion to vote on the nomination?
Make a motion that we vote on the nomination.
Is there a second?
Second motion.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Williford, seconded by Commissioner Cozart to elect Commissioner Zelodius J. as Chair of the Granville County Board of Commissioners. Are there any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to elect Commissioner Zelodius J. as Chair carries. Congratulations, Chair J.
Go ahead.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, I will proceed. The floor is now open for nominations for Vice Chair of the Granville County Board of Commissioners.
I make a motion, we nominate Rob Williford.
I second.
Okay, are there any other nominations?
I move that we close nominations.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Gooch, seconded by Commissioner Griffin to close the nominations. Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion to close the nominations carries. Is there a motion to elect a vice chair?
Motion to elect.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gooch, seconded by Chair Jay, to elect Robert Williford as Vice Chair of the Granville County Board of Commissioners. Are there any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to elect Robert Williford as Vice Chair carries. Congratulations, Vice Chair Williford.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay. What was that?
Congratulations, Chairman. Congratulations, Chairman.
Okay. Moving on to number 6. Set meeting, time, place, and schedule for calendar for 2026. Okay. Okay. To approve a meeting schedule for 2026 for Granville County Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners shall hold a regular meeting at least once each month and may hold a frequent regular meeting as needed. Granville County Board of Commissioners meets in the auditorium of Granville County Convention Expo Center, 4185 US Highway 15 of Oxford, beginning at 7 o'clock. And according to this, we attach a proposed schedule of regular meetings. Work sessions are held in the meeting room in Granville County Convention Center, 4185 US Highway 15 South, Oxford, beginning at 9 a.m. Budget work session are also held in the meeting room in Granville County Convention Center, Expo Center, and dates and time to be determined. The recommendation, the county manager, Drew Cummins, and clerk of the board, Karen Evans, recommend approval of the attached 2026 meeting schedule for Granville County Board of Commissioners. What the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the meeting schedule as outlined on page 183 be approved.
Second.
Okay, it is moved and proper second that the schedule on 183 be stand approved. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, you vote and sign aye. Aye. And they have the same rights. Ayes have it, stand approved. Appointments on and members of the board committee. I guess y'all have looked at y'all, I hope y'all have looked at y'all liaison and committees. Are there any changes? You'd like to have any changes? Please let me know. If we don't, we'll stand approved. Either we can review it in January.
Make a motion we review in January.
I second. All right, it has been moved in proper second that we review it in January. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, you vote and sign aye.
Aye.
And they have the same rights. Ayes have it, stand approved. Thank you. Annual examination and confirmation of oath and bond and oaths. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're handling this matter a little different than we have in previous years when we were going through agenda review. We discussed the process and came up with a framework that will allow us moving forward to make sure that we're meeting each of our statutory obligations with the bonds and oaths. So I'll run through this agenda item and I'll identify a couple of deviations from what we might expect, but just bear with me and I'll answer any questions you have. The purpose of this agenda item is to comply with the annual statutory requirements of General Statute 58-72-20 and General Statute 59-29 by formally examining and confirming the official bonds and oaths of county officers who are required by law to maintain individual faithful performance bonds. This action ensures that all required officers, including the sheriff, register of deeds, finance officer, and tax administrator / tax collector, remain duly qualified for office, that their bonds are current and properly secured, and that the county's blanket faithful performance bond continues to provide appropriate coverage for all other officers' employees who handle county funds or inventories. The background of this matter: pursuant to General Statute 58-72-20, the board shall carefully examine the official bonds of those county officers required by law to give bond at the first meeting in December. The sheriff, pursuant to General Statute 162-8, the Register of Deeds, General Statute 161-4, the finance director / finance officer, General Statute 159-29A2, and tax administrator / tax collector, GS 105-349, are each required to maintain individual faithful performance bonds. General Statute 159-29C further requires that the sheriff, Register of Deeds, finance officer, and tax collector maintain individual bonds even when the county has adopted a blanket bonding system under GS 159-29B. Under that statute, all other county officers, employees, and agents who handle more than $100 of county funds at any time or who have access to county inventories are covered by the county's blanket faithful performance bond. The bonds that we have in place currently, the individual bonds are as follows: Finance Director, $1 million, Tax Administrator, $250,000, Sheriff, $25,000, Register of Deeds, $25,000. It's recommended that the board, in compliance with GS 58-72-20 and GS 159-29, take the following actions. 1, conduct the annual examination of the official bonds of county officers required by statute to be bonded. And I'll go through the agenda packet with you on that. The bonds that you have in that packet are in the handout that was at your place today. It was a supplement to the packet. And you will see that we have a public official bond for Ms. Baird as a county finance officer in the amount of $1 million. The bond for for Jennifer Short Griffin was not located, but we have the paid receipt for that. I'd ask that you all note that for the record, and that we bring the completed bond back to this board at the January meeting for further reporting.
Okay.
The bond for Sheriff Fountain is contained in the packet, and that's in the amount of $25,000. And the bond for Kathy Taylor, Register of Deeds, for $25,000 is contained in the packet. So I would ask that at the appropriate time, once we finish going through these matters, that the board vote to accept those bonds with the caveat that the bond for the tax collector be brought back at the next meeting. Number 2, confirm that the attached oaths of office for Sheriff, Register of Deeds, Finance Officer, and Tax Administrator remain in full force and effect. And you'll note in your packet that Ms. Baird, Ms. Griffin, and Sheriff Fountain and Ms. Taylor have all taken oaths of office that remain in place for as long as they remain in their office. So I'd ask that you, at the appropriate time, also accept those oaths. Paragraph 3, confirm that the individual bonds required under GS 162-8 for the Sheriff, 161-4 for the Register of Deeds, 159-29A2 Finance Officer, and GS 105-349 Tax Administrator, Tax Collector, and in effect for the current terms of office. We've already been over that and noted the one exception there that needs to be verified. Number 4, confirm that the county maintains a blanket faithful performance bond in compliance with General Statute 159-29B, covering all other officers, employees, and agents handling more than $100 of county funds or having access to inventories. And in looking for that bond, it's my understanding that we have identified the declaration page of the public officials' wrongful act insurance policies. Those are in your packet. And then the crime coverage contract declarations for our county insurance policy. But the blanket faithful performance bond has not been located. I've spoken to Ms. Baird about that, and she's going to check on that first thing tomorrow morning with the County Commissioners Association risk pool. I'd ask that that matter also be brought back on at the January meeting for confirmation. And the final item here is we direct this examination. We would request that you all direct that this examination be recorded in the minutes of this organizational meeting in the format included in the following this agenda item, just simply noting that the tax collector's bond and the faithful performance bond will be brought back and reported at the January meeting. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Go ahead, Nella. Can I get a motion to accept?
In terms of the motion, County Attorney, there's a proposed motion provided by a clerk. Have you reviewed that?
I have.
Can I Can I summarize that, or does it need to be in intimate detail?
No, I think it can be summarized, and you can refer to what's in the agenda packet.
I'd like to make a motion that the board approve, confirm that it has the oath of office for all newly elected and continuing county officers required. Number two, confirm that the board has conducted annual examination of official bonds pursuant to GS 587220. And that includes the following offices: the sheriff, register of deeds, finance officer, and tax administrator, tax collector. Three, confirm that these officers are required by GS 15929C to maintain faithful performance bonds notwithstanding the county's adoption of a blanket bond. Four, confirm the county maintains a blanket faithful performance under 15929B, covering all county officers, employees, agents who handle more than $100 of county funds and have access to county inventories. Number five, direct that these findings be recorded to the minutes of the organizational meeting, and that staff continue to monitor the adequacy of all required bonds. And I think the county attorney mentioned that we wanted to make sure that we receive some additional documentation, Ms. Baird, and also for the tax administrator. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the additional information that we will bring back to report back to the board in January will be the bond for the tax administrator, and also the blanket faithful performance bond for all county officials handling over $100 in cash.
As stated by the county attorney, that's my motion.
Second.
It has been moved and proper second that we accept the bonds for the finance officer, tax, not the sheriff, and the register of deeds, and bring back to tax administrator, we bring back in January, along with the other one.
The blanket faithful performance
Blanket
bond.
faithful performance. Y'all heard the motion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor, use the voting sign aye. Aye. And they have the same right. Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, public comments. Please tell me no.
No, Chair, there were no individuals signed up for public comments.
Oh, okay, then, thank you.
You're welcome.
Move along to approval of the transfer and shield service weapon to retired deputy. Sheriff Fowler.
Good evening. Congratulations on your new positions, Chair, Vice Chair. To the rest of the board, I bring you greetings from the Granville County Sheriff's Office. And we bring you a sad note from one of our detention officers. Mom passed away around 3:30 this morning. We would ask you to pray for him. Herbert Bullock, Miss Smith, his mom passed away at 3. I was at the hospital with them when she passed. So if you know Mr. Bullock or the family, please pray for him or send your condolences. So this evening, I won't hold you long, promise you. We've had some deputies that have retired, 7 in the past 2 years. Of the 7, 5 have completed their tenure with the sheriff's office with over 20 years of service. Those 5 individuals, their weapons will be purchased. They will purchase them, but with used funds from the county to retain those weapons. John Hardy and Floyd Griffin, the 2 that did not serve the entire time to meet that statute requirement, will buy the weapons themselves and pay for them themselves. And it is the recommendation from me to let these 7 weapons be purchased either by county funds or personal funds and moved out of our asset for our inventory.
We need a motion.
So let me just make sure we're clear on that, if you don't mind. My understanding is that there's a special separation allowance in our personnel policy that provides a bonus to retiring law enforcement officers who actually meet the requirements of the personnel policy and retire. And so my understanding is that all the officers except Mr. Griffin and Mr. Hardy meet that requirement, and they would get a separation bonus, I believe, of $500. Is that correct?
Yes,
And
sir.
they could use that separation bonus proceeds to purchase the firearms, and that would come from general fund revenues,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that. The other two will have to, because they're not subject to that bonus, would have to purchase it with their own personal funds.
I'll make the motion that we approve the transfer and sale of the weapons to the retiring deputies. Is that correct? Is that a
Yes.
good motion, County Attorney?
I think what you're doing is awarding them the ability to buy that firearm from the licensed firearm dealer, correct?
Yes, sir. It'll be transferred to a licensed FFL, and then they will purchase it from that dealer.
We're declaring those particular firearms surplus, transferring them to a federally licensed dealer, and then the officer will purchase them from that dealer. This is a little different from the process some of you may be used to, where retiring officers are awarded their badge and gun, and the reason for that is these are federal forfeiture. They were purchased with federal forfeiture funds, so they have to be purchased back through this process. Is that correct, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that's why we're sort of going through this rigmarole with it.
I second. It has been moved and proper second. We classify those weapons surplus. Are there any question or comment? All in favor, use voting sign aye. Aye. Nay have the same rights. Ayes have it. Thank you.
You may keep going.
Go ahead.
All right, next we have, we're seeking approval of a grant that we got from the Governor's Highway Safety, Governor's Crime Commission of amount of $60,000. When we took office, Lonnie Lemons was working to do some accreditation paperwork, accreditation for our agency. So Mr. Lemons at the time had started working on jail policies. We had found out that some of the stuff that was done wasn't, we severed our ties with Mr. Lemons. Since that time, we've had several people work on the policies. We had a grant fund where Ms. Pounds, who works for North Carolina Central as a contractor, came in, worked on some of our policies towards accreditation. Since we've gone through the accreditation overview with CALIA, we are starting to go back and get this grant to go ahead and get all our policies done so we become accredited with ACA, the American Correctional Association, and we're using NC Lean versus CALIA. So they've already come in and did a walkthrough of what we have, and now we're just going to tighten up our policies. And the Governor's Crime Commission is, we have an award of $60,000. $40,000 of that money will be generated to Ms. Pounds. $20,000 will be for our policy, Power DMS, where all of our policies are stored. So all of our deputies will have access to this platform so they can see the policies, sign off of them, testing through the processes of what policies they read, and then we will have oversight to make sure that all those policies have been signed off on. So I asked to get the approval from the board to accept this award of $60,000 from the Governor's Crime Commission.
I'll make that motion.
I second.
It is moved in proper second that we accept the $60,000 Governor Crime Commissioner. This is grant?
Yes, sir.
Grant award. Okay. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, use voting sign aye.
Aye.
Nay have the same rights. Ayes have it. Thank you.
And I think, Mr. Wren, if I'm not mistaken, we have to do this third one as well. But Ms. Pounds, or was that rolled into this other one we just did? Yes. Separate, okay. Cool. Of the grant funding that we just approved, we would ask that the board approve
the funding for our accreditation manager, Ms. Pounds, at a salary of $40,000 for 2 years. Is that right, Drew?
Budget Amendment 8.
Oh, where's the budget amendment?
Budget Amendment 8.
Budget amendment 8. Oh, okay.
You can leave it there, it won't take but a second.
Okay.
So I think next on the agenda is Budget Amendment 8, and it's kind of in a different spot because the majority of the budget amendment is specific to sheriff matters. So the budget amendment is for a total of $62,582, and it's broken down into $932, which was donations received by the sheriff's office specifically for K-9 operations. So we are recognizing and appropriating those funds received, and we are recognizing and appropriating that one-time reimbursable grant of $60,000 that you just approved. That will allow us to encumber the funds for the contract coming up if it's also approved. There's also $150 recognizing, appropriating, and donations from Cooperative Extension, as well as $1,500 from our Truist One cards, our county credit card that builds up rewards. And I was able to redeem $1,500, and that was used to replace our faulty payroll printer. So I recommend approval of the budget amendment number 8.
Can I get a
Move
motion?
for approval.
Second.
It's moved and proper second that we approve Amendment 8. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, use the voting sign aye.
Aye.
Nay have the same rights. Stand approved. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now.
All right, so now, again, we're going back to Mrs. Pound's contract. We're asking that Ms. Pounds be awarded a contract of $40,000 over 2 years to act as our accreditation manager, to work within the Granville County Sheriff's Office remotely and on-site to get our policies up and ready to go for our accreditation with ACA and with North Carolina Lean.
I have a question, may I?
Go ahead.
So you said $40,000, Sheriff?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at, and I'm sure it's explainable, but on 235, our page, approval accreditation manager, Granville County Sheriff recommends approval contract for Pounds in the amount of $25,000.
Right, so initially, that was the first conversation, but it was only for a year. We want to go ahead and get the 2-year program locked in for the 40,000 of the 60 to take care of a contract for 2 years versus 1 year at 25, and then coming back before you and ask her to do it again next year.
I'm confused, 25, 40. I'm just confused.
Yeah, the 25 was for 1 year.
Okay.
So
You've asked for 40, you're gonna ask for 15 more?
No, we're asking for 40 for 2 years, and that's it. The other 20,000 that's left out of that 60 that we're asking for goes to the Power DMS.
No, I got that, but I'm just reading the document recommendation.
Yeah, so that recommendation, I think, was adjusted and corrected earlier today.
So can you give me?
Didn't make it to you guys with the amendment.
Okay, so the actual amount there, Granville County Sheriff recommends approve a contract for Belinda Pounds in the amount of 40,000?
40 for 2 years.
Okay, all right, that was where the confusion was.
Yes, sir.
She just finished a contract, did she not?
Yes, sir.
Did she, what was the amount of volume of work was she able to accomplish?
I think she got almost all the jail policies are done. And I think that when we let Mr. Lemons, we severed our relationship with him, she had to go back because when we started reviewing the policies, there were policies from other agencies. And they were just copied and put in Power DMS. So she had to go back, fix all of that stuff. And now she had started working on the LEO side and we cleaned up the jail side. So she had probably got about, I'd say most of a third of the way started in LEO stuff. And then all the other things we're coming on board with the PIC programs and all the rest of the stuff we're doing.
I think she'll be working part-time for about a year and a half, maybe.
And so if I can just ask a clarifying question quickly. So we're going from 25,000 as stated in the agenda item to 40. The original agenda item said it would run through the federal fiscal year, which is September 30th, 2026. Would this then go through September 30th, 2027?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
For the deputies today, Sheriff, where do they go to look at their policies? Is it on DMS now?
Power DMS.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what any more questions?
Mr. Chairman, if I'm in order, I make a motion that we approve the contract for Ms. Belinda Pounds in the amount of $40,000 that's scheduled to run through September 30th, 2027.
I'll second that, and then just commissioners remember that accreditation is part of our county strategic plan.
Are there any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you again, and congratulations.
Okay. Economic development matters?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a very quick information item for you. So if you'll recall, back at your regular meeting in August, we held a public hearing on an incentive package for a proposed industrial park, Falls Lake Industrial Park, which would be located at 1613 I-85 Service Road in Butner. Butner did annex that site, so in the town of Butner. We have worked through negotiations on that agreement with Trinity Capital Advisors. You had previously approved authorizing the county manager and the county attorney to execute that contract. But we did just want to bring it back before you, give you a quick update on the project, and we are looking to execute that contract with the company this week. And so they still have not closed on the site. They are still finalizing some few details around their choice to make the investment in Butner. They do still hope to close in the very near future. They're also working through some numbers, waiting on hearing back a few things from DOT about the road improvements that need to be made. So the deal is not done yet, but we have worked through everything we need to with the company on what we promised with the incentive package. So we look to execute that this week. And just for transparency purposes, wanted to bring that back to you and let you know that's coming up, and see if there are any last questions for myself or Attorney Wren.
And Charlotte, the only difference in that, what was brought before them, was that the incentive was calculated on a 0.63 tax rate, and it should have been a 0.631 tax rate. So there
Your
was
new economic development director, 0.631 is your tax rate, and it does throw a few dollars off. So now I know for sure. But our crackpot team of attorneys caught that, and we are good.
I think the company's attorney caught it, to be
Yeah,
honest.
that's true, that's true. Of course they caught it. But all is good, it's exactly as you approved, but we just wanted to let you know and see if there are any questions. So if we're good, we should be able to execute that this week.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good evening.
Okay. Granville County Emergency Management matters.
So this is a continuation of October work session we had. Just to briefly go back over what was discussed. In March 2025, Creedmoor Fire Department applied for a North Carolina fire grant through the state, 50-50 matching grant. In May 15th of 2025, they were declined that grant due to the money being exhausted prior to funding of the application. This is in last fiscal year. So in that fiscal year budget ordinance, this was set aside for a 50-50 matching grant, is what was set aside for the fire departments. So during the September 10th, 2025 Fire Commission meeting, it was discussed that in lieu of the $40,000 grant that Creedmoor Volunteer Fire Department did not receive from the Office of State Fire Marshal, despite having submitted ample documentation, the Fire Commission recommends providing Creedmoor Fire Department with $40,000 in matching grant funds from the Fire Tax Fund for their use. And I'm here for any questions.
So it's a grant silo, correct?
That was to the grant side, the matching grant silo.
And matching.
Yes.
So if we were to approve this, it would mean that any time one of our departments did not get, one of the contracted departments did not get a grant, we would set a precedent to provide that funding, whether they got a grant or not.
Correct.
So County Attorney, this is a grant fund. So it being grant and it not being awarded in the nature of the contract as it was to be deemed, which was as a grant, then what say you? In other words, it's set aside as a grant fund to be matched.
My understanding is that this was set up as a grant match, and that's what the money was appropriated for. So you would be deviating from the intent for which it was approved, but it would be within the statutory authority of this board to do that if it chose to.
Thank you.
Any other questions? My question,
I have a question. So the fire commission did recommend?
They did.
That is correct, okay.
so because make me understand that, if we approve this, then next year, if two fire departments doesn't make their grant, then we are obligated to pay them too?
You wouldn't be obligated to pay them too, but you would have the situation of having approved it for this department and choosing not to approve it for those two departments. I think you all need to, there are a couple of issues, just from an administration policy. This is changing mid-year the purpose for which the funds were appropriated. That's certainly within your discretion, but then you need to give thought to going forward in the future. How do you consider similar requests if there are other departments who don't get their grant and then come back and ask for the money? Are you going to keep it as a grant match fund? Or are you going to just keep it as every department gets $40,000? You all need just to decide how you want to do this. Is on a case-by-case basis. Do you want to keep it as it was, or do you want to switch over to just having $40,000 paid to each department?
Our policy states that if you make the match, if you make the match, you get $40,000, right?
If you get the grant, you get the $40,000 match, is what the policy was. This would be agreeing in this one case to deviate from that policy. And then the question you ask is, what happens if people come back next year and ask the same thing? And then you would have to either turn them down different from, if you approve this one, turn them down differently, or not approve all of them. It's in your, it's not binding, but it is a question of how you all want to administer this program, if you want to keep it as intended or if you want to do something different with it.
And I guess my only question about this really is, how involved is that state process? And if I'm sitting there as a fire department and, it's just, I could get it without doing the process or write the grant. So I don't know if that will be a factor down the road,
I believe based on the contract, we've got attorney sitting right here, that at least the intent would be you have to apply. And it's unfortunate for Creedmoor because they were the only one not getting it. However, that's, $480,000 within the budget. So if you go through next year and you have 6 not get it, you're simply cutting up a pie versus having grants applied in a manner that's proportionate. And so that's the thing, you're establishing a precedent. I mean, Creedmoor's in my district, and I have great respect for Chief. I have great respect for the fire department. But I'm looking at this as how it impacts the overall grant program, and how we administer that going forward. I'm welcome to any discussion on it.
Anyone else? If you make a policy and don't stick to the policy, then why we need to make a policy then? That's my 2 cents in it.
Mr. Chairman, with the explanation that, the departments would have to do the application in order to be considered for the 40,000, we could go try to look into the future on this. With that in mind, and since this does come from the Fire Commission, maybe we can have some more conversation on that at a later time, but I move that we accept the recommendation from the Fire Commission.
Can I ask a question? So we have 3 that don't get it next year. They apply, everybody applies. And this was done because the funds ran out. There was nothing, the way they handled it, the application process was correct. Everything was filled out. It was a matter of the funds gave out.
That's correct.
They just happened to be the one that came up short.
That is correct.
Okay. So next year, they're not automatically considered to get these since they didn't get them this year. There's none of this.
No, it's a whole new process.
So it starts all over again. They go from A to Z, and whoever doesn't get it, it could be 1, 2, or 0.
Correct. Okay. It starts over with a clean slate in March is when they apply.
How would we go about doing this, County Manager, if we had 4 that didn't get it next year? Now you're looking at 160,000. Could we cap it at, say, half of that amount, say 20 per department, if there was over a certain number? Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying, and I think the same way this change is sort of a policy decision that the board could make, I think they could also make the decision that in this circumstance, right, where the department does apply, does not get awarded grant funds, that the county would give them a lesser amount, lesser than $40,000. That I think would, I think that's within the board's discretion too. Do you agree?
I would assume so. I haven't looked at it for that. I think, again, the contract and the program was for a $40,000 match, as I recall. I don't remember what it would say about reducing the amount, but I think the board could probably vote to do whatever it chose to. I'm not aware of any restraints on the board.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the motion pending further discussion or study.
Can we bring this up at our work session? Can we go back and look at this? And
I think there've been three things brought for over recent months to the board here. I think they were discussed at the last, well, not the last, but at a recent work session.
Yeah, it was three items discussed at the October work session. One of them I have not brought back in front of you. I'm still working with Drew and Jim on. But
Some of the frustration the fire commission has is that it's not so much whether we always get it right or agree with them, but the timeliness in which we make decisions on their recommendations. And, this would be funding that comes out of this year, not last year, and it was a last year's grant.
that's correct. This grant was part of last fiscal year. The $40,000 match for this fiscal year, they will be applying for that in March, and it will be awarded in May.
So these funds are for the previous budget year? So you would
That
be
is correct.
appropriating funds that are not budgeted for this year?
Yes. So to me, this would have to come out of fire tax fund balance.
And the contract is vague on the point. It just says that basically that there will be, I'm sorry, that there's a grant match that the board can approve.
Mr. Chair, if I may, due to the inability to come up with a motion and a second, I move that we table this for further discussion and address it at a later date.
It is, motion and proper second that we table this to a later date. Are there any questions, comments?
Yeah, I do. This been, I'm gonna ask I appreciate the commissioner to reconsider. At some point, we gotta make decisions on these things that come before us from the fire commission. And I don't know, we're not always gonna agree, but at some point, we need to lead with our decisions. And when the formation of a fire commission is to bring forward recommendations to our board, after they do thought and consideration, they get with the Chiefs Association, they discuss it. The fire, on top of them, the members themselves discuss it, and then they discuss it with the fire commission, and then they bring forth the vote. And so I typically would not push on something like this, except for the fact that it's been made very clear that there is some frustration with the ability of the commissioners to act upon requests made by the fire commission. And so I'd ask that the commissioner would reconsider that, and that we, I'm trying not to step in this as a member of the fire commission. I'm trying to provide you the information that was provided at these board meetings so that you can make fair judgments. And Jason's covered this at the October meeting, so I'd ask you to reconsider the motions in regards to it, and we make a decision tonight if at all possible.
With all due respect, Commissioner May, there was ample time for a motion. There was ample time for a second. We had a motion, didn't get a second. The motion was withdrawn. How much longer do we need to sit and wait?
I'll make a motion we don't approve.
I withdraw my motion to table.
Make a motion we don't approve based on the fact we'd be setting a precedent that we'd have to follow up each and every year running into the next years, in which we'd have to take money from the preceding year to cover the grant based on when the grants are awarded.
I second.
It has been moved and proper second that we deny the motion not to approve. It will be set in the president. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, you vote sign aye.
Aye.
And they had the same right?
Nay.
Wait. What was the count? Huh? Well, I'm gonna know what to count.
Make a motion, we request a roll call.
Call a roll call.
Okay.
Okay, roll call.
All right, let's go backwards this time. Commissioner Karan? Commissioner May?
Aye.
Commissioner Cozart? Commissioner Griffin? Oh,
Yay.
I don't know why I'm skipping. Commissioner Williford?
Nay.
Commissioner Gooch? And Chair Jay?
Aye.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-2.
5-2. Okay. So it's stand, what did he give, it stand approved?
Looking for something more rational.
It denied.
If I understand it, 5-2, that we do not approve the grant.
That's
Okay.
correct.
The funding for the grant.
And I,
Huh?
I don't even know how I got started. I'm looking at stuff.
5-2, that we did not approve the funding of the matching grant.
Right.
That was not, matching.
Right.
is it too late to ask a question? I mean, the vote's over, but the funds, that 40,000 comes out of the fund balance,
This current year out of the fire tax.
out of the fire tax.
That was not appropriated.
I get from last year.
It was from last year.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So, going forward, if we were to do this, it would set a precedent, and I understand, but it would mean that if we had 4 that didn't get it, it'd be $160, or if it was 5, it'd be 200, and that would come out of the fire tax balance. Okay.
You may think about, as a board, you may think about how much you want to appropriate in matching grant, depending on that. As our fire departments make more money, they're not always guaranteed they're going to get the funding. It's a great program if you get the money. And again, I hate Creedmoor did not get the funding that, and they put in for it. They did all the right things. But again, as we work on this fire tax, and then what you have to understand is decisions we make are in proportionality to the taxpayer base and not simply just toward individual departments. You don't want to you don't want to continue to cut that pie up.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Next, Board of Adjustment. To make appointment, a reappointment to the Granville County Board of Adjustment. The term of Michael Smith, District 1, Juanita Rogers, District 4, Laura Hawthorne, District 5, has expired, and all 3 are eligible for reappointment.
Make a motion, we approve them as a slate.
Second.
It is moved and proper second that we'll elect all 3 as a slate. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor, use the voting sign aye.
Aye.
Nay, have the same rights. I have stand approved. Okay, county manager report.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, thank you. 3 quick things. One, I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving break. I did. Second thing is that Oakley Collier continues to make good progress on our space needs analysis. We have met with them as sort of a staff team a number of times, and they continue to refine their estimates, but I think it shouldn't be too long before we have a pretty good idea, among other things, of the square footage and staffing and parking requirements for, a potential new county complex. So I'm very much looking forward to that and aiming at that outcome. final item is just that we continue to make good progress at the courthouse, both with the kind of cleaning and maintenance and upkeep efforts that have started up, and also with the kind of broader discussion of how to create additional space, kind of looking at the current courthouse, looking at the Williamsboro Street entrances across the street, how we can move things around to make more space for the court folks in the short run. So I'm pleased about that and very grateful for the staff who've really been working hard on that project. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. County Attorney report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all know, there have been some Facebook posts and other matters relating to the resignation of previous Sheriff Charles R. Noblin, Jr. And based on the statements that have been made in that matter and the public interest in that matter, I've spoken to the county manager, and I would request that the county manager, with the concurrence of the Granville County Board of Commissioners, issue a written determination in the form that you have in front of you, authorizing release of certain records, and I'll read that written determination. It states, the county manager, with the concurrence of the Granville County Board of County Commissioners, hereby issues the following written determination regarding the release of certain public documents concerning former Sheriff Charles R. Noblin, Jr. Charles R. Noblin, Jr. has made public statements concerning his resignation from the office of sheriff in 2021. These statements have led to additional comments by others and speculation that calls into question actions taken by the board and the county attorney. After careful consideration, it is the determination of the county manager, with the board's concurrence, that releasing a statement from the county attorney along with the public documents concerning the resignation is essential to maintaining public confidence in the administration of county services. Therefore, the county manager, with the concurrence of the Board of County Commissioners, authorizes the release of information concerning former Sheriff Charles R. Noblin, Jr.'s resignation and related matters. This written determination shall be retained by the county clerk and shall be made available for public inspection on the county website and elsewhere as determined by the county manager. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I do. Not this time, I'm sorry.
Anyone else have any questions about county attorney?
So, I'm sorry.
So it has the county manager's recommendation on it because statute requires that. But I think it might be helpful to the board and to me to be clearer on what documents and records we're talking about releasing if the board approves this.
So I would release a written statement summarizing the documents that are contained in, I think you all, I believe they've been handed out and put at your place, and they've previously been made available to you. It's labeled Exhibit A on the front.
So basically this with a cover letter?
It would be a cover letter sort of explaining the context of the documents. Okay. Exhibit A is a letter. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into, but Exhibit A is a letter from Lauren Freeman. Exhibit B is a copy of the the firearms qualification record instructions. Exhibit C is a letter from me to Mr. Noblin. Exhibit D is a letter from Lauren Freeman to me. Exhibit E is a letter from Michael Feltz, an email from Michael Feltz to me, copying Mr. Noblin. Exhibit F is a letter delivered via email to Mr. Noblin from me. Exhibit G is a petition for the release of training records in the custody of the Sheriff's Education and Training Standards Commission by Lauren Freeman. Exhibit H is a petition for release of training records in the custody of the Granville County Sheriff's Office by Lauren Freeman. Exhibit I is an affidavit in support of the application for an order to obtain in-service training records for the Granville County Sheriff's Office and the North Carolina Sheriff's Education and Training Standards Commission from 2012 through 2020. That was signed by, I'm not sure I can read who it was signed. Scott Faircloth, Special Agent with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. Exhibit J is an email from me to Charles Noblin dated May 7th, 2021. Exhibit K is email from me to Mr. Noblin. Let's see. I think exhibit, and that also contained a chain of emails from Mr. Noblin to me. Exhibit L is an email from me to Mr. Noblin. Exhibit M is an email from Mr. Noblin to me. Exhibit N is an email from Mr. Noblin to me, his letter of resignation. Exhibit O is an email from Lauren Freeman to me and copying Michael Waters. And I think that's the extent of what you have here, but you have it in front of you and previously been provided. So again, what this is a written determination by the county manager that would require a vote of the board and concurrence to release these records.
They would be released in the media. How is that handled?
I think we'll just post them on the county's website would be the appropriate way to do it. Just make them available like we did other records relating to the sheriff's investigation previously. And this was a matter, of course, that I had personally hoped would never come back up again. The matter was disposed of at the time the sheriff's investigation was presented to this board. And that was in, I believe, October, November of 2021, right around the time Mr. Noblin resigned. And my hope was that it would not be something that would need to be readdressed. From my perspective, the information that's been put out in the public by Mr. Noblin and responded to by District Attorney Waters also suggests that at this point in time that it would be in the best interest of public integrity to make available the documents that we hold so that no one can say that the county is holding back information that should have been released given the public interest in the matter. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has or explain any of the documents. We'll need someone to make a motion to concur in the release by the county manager.
I make a motion that we concur in release by the county manager.
Second.
It has been moved and proper second that we will concur and release the documents by the county manager. Are there any questions or comments?
I do. Board, it's known that I am supportive of another candidate, and because of that, I want to request the county attorney whether or not I am able to recuse myself from voting on this.
Mr. May, I believe it's your statutory duty to vote on any matter before the board unless you have a personal financial conflict.
I do not.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Anything else?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Board presentation. We're gonna start this time at District 7.
All right.
Thank you. That's, hey, he's the chair. He can do it like he wants to. I've waited a long time to say that. Congratulations, Commissioner Jay, on being our chair. Congratulations to Commissioner Williford on being our vice chair. Looking forward to the next year of serving with you guys. Thank you. And I do appreciate the time that I spent this past year, but I'm very happy for Commissioner Jay. And with that, I just wanted to say
I hope everyone had a very happy Thanksgiving and got to visit with friends and family, and hope everyone had a good time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Karan, District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to offer my congratulations to you on your new chairmanship and to say thank you to Jimmy for the time that he put in. I know a year goes by quickly, except for when you're in it. It just doles on and on and on. So it's parade season. We're going to see each other probably Friday this week, right? Doing some parading, or Saturday, right? It's Friday Oxford, Saturday. Saturday's the Butner and Creedmoor. So exciting stuff there. So Merry Christmas on that front. And then I'm excited about these information packets for the upcoming referendum that's on our primary coming up next year. So this is what I'm running on, trying to get this information out. So I hope I don't step over the line by putting too much information out. This is something that we absolutely need to have, in my opinion, for the county. It's just a revenue stream that's untapped, and we just can't keep going to the ad valorem folks as visitors and so on. So, and the amount of money that the average person is going to have to shell out for that the good outweighs it. So, but anyways, Merry Christmas to everyone. This is our only official meeting, so we'll get that out of the way on December 1st. Excited to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's fine.
Well, hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving, and I don't really have much to say other than Merry Christmas to you all. And for me, it's a somber night. Some difficult decisions made tonight, and so I'll leave it at that.
District 4.
Just want to say to you, immediate past Chairman Gooch, I appreciate your sensitivity. We had to discuss a lot of things in the past year, and I appreciate you having a listening ear when I had to call on you. And Commissioner Jay, look forward to working with you and under your leadership. Just look forward to the parades, the fellowship that we have when we go to those events. I look forward to that and wish everyone a safe and a very Merry Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. J, my apologies. Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, Z, for this last year and your leadership. I appreciate it both very much. Thank you.
District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say congratulations on your chairmanship and congratulations on your vice chairmanship. I look forward to working with both you gentlemen. I find it extremely rewarding, and I appreciate your continued mentorship as you have mentored me in the past year. To our outgoing chairman, Mr. Jimmy, you know what a personal good friend of mine you've been and what a great mentor you have been to mine, and you too as well, Mr. Williford as vice chairman. Mr. J as vice chairman. You guys are immensely important to me and have helped me through this past year. This has been my first year as a commissioner, and the camaraderie that you have shown me and the support from the district staff, Drew, Karan, and Karina, and Jessica, and everybody has been immensely. You've made this journey a lot easier, and I just want to thank you. I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I look forward to a very Merry Christmas. Hope everybody has a joyous time, and I look forward as well to the parades this weekend. Hope everybody comes out to the parades.
District 2.
All right, I'd like to thank Jimmy for being the chairman. I'm thinking I'm getting ready to find out what it's all about being a vice chairman. I look forward to working with you, Z.
I raised your chair.
That's right, my chair's been raised up. I can see above this. I'd like to say this too, in all seriousness, Thanksgiving was great, and I'm glad to see everybody back here safely. And I'd just like to say I'm thankful for all of us.
Amen.
You know, it's probably not a whole lot of boards across this state or even nation that can not always agree, vote differently, but at the end of the day or the night, early morning, whatever it's gonna be, we can wish each other a Merry Christmas and sit together in the car on Saturday and throw candy out and still speak to each other. So that's, I'm thankful for these folks. I'm thankful for our staff, Karina, Karen, Jessica, anybody else I missed. So I'm looking forward to working with you, Commissioner Jay, for the next year. And that's all I've got.
Just like to say, Commissioner Gooch, you know how I feel about you. If you meet Mr. Gooch, he got to say something on to keep you laughing about something. Thank you for your leadership. Enjoy working with you. And Commissioner Will, looking forward to working with you. I enjoy working with all the members of this board. Like I've stated and said, we may not agree to different things, but that's everybody's opinion. But to come together afterwards, we don't have a knockout fight or whatever, or turn the next day, turn your head if you see you coming attitude about it. I appreciate y'all trusting me and being your chairman for the next year. I look forward to being chairman next year. I would like for each board member to think about it. Some individual in your district that have done something other outstanding or doing something outstanding in the community that we can come that we can appreciate it and recognize and during the next year. Just get a name to Karan, Jessica, one, so we can recognize them. There's a lot of people in the community that does a lot in our community, in our districts, and we don't say anything about it. And it's up to us to recognize them. I hope each and every one had a happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas. Remember, the turkey got missing at Thanksgiving because they jumped over to Christmas. The reason why I said that, the day after Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, I went in the store, only thing I could see was Christmas stuff, and I'm asking, where is the turkey? But people just forgot about Thanksgiving. But, you know, it's a lot to be thankful at Thanksgiving time. We are blessed. We are better than blessed. The Lord have truly blessed us in Granville County. We may be moving slow, but we're moving. And we're together. And that's what it's all about. So to staff, thank you. We love you. And y'all have a Merry Christmas. With that said, if anything else, any other matter come before us, somebody got to let me into my house. If there's not anything else, can I get a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn, sir.
Second.
It is moved and proper second that we adjourn. All in favor, use the voting sign. Aye. Aye. Thank you.